Be cool, be kind, be classy. A cupcake so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcake's sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. I gotta get myself situated here. Good morning, my friends. Good morning. Today's Wednesday, December 10th, 2025, and we are here for day 8. Day 8 of the Brian Walshe trial. Seems to be going rather quickly, but today we're going to have the witness that I've been waiting for, the last person to see Anna alive on New Year's Eve of 2023, Gem, G-E-M, Mutlu, M-U-T-L-U. Anna had worked for him before she worked for Tishman Speyer. And he was the only person at the Walshe home on the evening, on New Year's Eve. And he's the last person aside from Brian to see Anna alive. So it's going to be interesting to see what he has to say. They're going to do a voir dire of Gem this morning before the jury comes in at 10. And a voir dire of a witness is usually an offer of proof, what the witness is going to testify to. It's not so commonly done for lay witnesses, I have to say. We saw a lot of voir dire done in the Karen Reed trials for expert witnesses. And so we will see. Also, yesterday at the close of business, I heard the judge say to the jury, tomorrow we may be done with the evidence a bit early, so you might have a shorter day tomorrow. Mainstream media and many other people covering this trial have reported that the judge said the Commonwealth is going to rest today. That is not the impression that I got. The impression that I got was that the judge was just letting the jury know that they were going to have a shorter day today because maybe they didn't have enough witnesses to fill the day. And so I did not get the takeaway from that the Commonwealth was resting, but I see that reported virtually everywhere else. Did anybody else see that reported? And were you confused by that? Because that is not what it's, and I even went back and I listened to the judge again. And what she said to the jury was, based on what I know now, we'll have you come in at 10 tomorrow, and then the evidence might end a bit early, and then you'll have a shorter day. I did not in any way take that to mean that the Commonwealth was finished with its case, because if they're finished with its case, if they're finished, then they haven't proven anything to me. So I could be wrong, because sometimes I feel like I'm being gaslit because everyone else is reporting it a different way, just like everyone else was reporting that Brian Walshe pled guilty to the dismemberment, which we know that he didn't because we read the statute and we listened to his plea. And so I don't know, just be careful what you read. Don't believe everything you read in here. Interesting. Concert last night was great. It was Lisa Loeb, Rob Thomas of Matchbox 20. He played about 5 songs, and then Goo Goo Dolls played about 15 songs. It was a concert for Pop Rocks, which is a Sirius XM station. It was sponsored by Sirius XM and Pandora, and it was cool. They gave away a lot of swag. It was at a place called the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City, which is, if you've ever been there, it's a really cool venue. It's really small, and it's going to be, they're going to broadcast it on Pop Rocks, I think, Tuesday, December 16th. So if you want to listen to it, you'll see what I did and where I was last night. Tuesday, December 16th, Pop Rocks, which is Channel 6 on Sirius XM, will be broadcast again. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. And so I have a little bit of vocal fry today because, you know, that's my thing. Concerts is my thing. And I didn't get home until like 2 o'clock in the morning. So, but we're still here because you know what? We're in it for the long haul. We're in it for the long haul. It sounded like the end of evidence. It sounded to me like she said, we're going to end the evidence early tomorrow, meaning they may be arguing some motions after they send the jury home. We know they're doing a voir dire this morning. And so if she was going to tell the jury the Commonwealth was going to rest tomorrow, I think that's what she would have said. But I could be wrong. If that's their whole case, where's Buchanan? Where's Fanning? Where are any of the investigators from the MSP who interviewed Brian Walshe? Where's I mean, who have we heard from the MSP? We've heard from Cohasset PD, right? We heard from Officer Lawrence, and we heard from Schmidt, Officer Harrison Schmidt. But who have we heard from MSP that actually did any investigation? Nobody, right? I mean, we heard from Garino. All he did was download the phones. We heard from Connor Keefe. He also downloaded the phones. I don't think he went to the scene. Did Connor Keefe go to the scene? Huh. Concert was really good. I just talked about it, Tracy. Good morning. It was really good. And it was long. I thought it was just good. I thought the concert was just going to be like they were going to play 3 songs each, but Lisa Loeb played 3 songs because, I mean, you know, I like her and all, but she really only has 2 songs that anybody knows. And then she played another song. And then Rob Thomas and Lisa Loeb at the end of his set did Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. And of course, Rob Thomas sang New York Christmas, which is a great song. And New York City is beautiful during the holiday season, but it was wicked cold. It was 25 degrees last night. It was like 25 degrees. It was so cold, but it's fun to get out, go to the city, you know, have a steak dinner, get in there, shoot in, shoot back, in, out, nobody gets hurt. Long Island Railroad. There was college basketball at Madison Square Garden last night, which I thought would make the taking the train in and out painful, but it wasn't. And there was also an Islander game last night. But we were smart and took the express train that didn't stop at UPS. So we didn't get stuck on the train with a bunch of drunk Islander fans. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. How are you guys? The Hammerstein is great. Kim saw the Willie Nelson at the Hammerstein. I saw the Counting Crows play there, and I think it was in 98. And I think that when I was there, there was not a lot of people there at all. That was a very, very small show because they were filming and they were recording for what turned out to be a double live album from the Hammerstein. And so there's that. I know. Auntie Di is late today. I like this judge a lot. I love the way she runs her courtroom. She really runs a tight ship. And that's her military background. Thanks on top for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. I have a little lint on my hat. Oh, somebody has OCD this morning. This is a Dave Matthews Band hat. Is it going to bother you the whole time if it's there? I can't take my hat off because my hair is a mess under there. It's a Michigas. I don't know. It's going to bother you. Apologies in advance. You might want to go watch Law and Crime. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know. There's a Miles King hearing, but it's like at 2 o'clock, right? And we're going to be covering this trial unless it ends before then, which I don't think it will. So I can do it on delay. And we could do the Miles King hearing on delay because it's going to be interesting. We could do it after. We're going to see how long we're here today. Is it normal for so many people to touch witnesses? Yeah, and the middle picture is crooked. All right. All of you go scratch. I'm not in the mood today. Can you see that I'm tired? I told you I was up until 2 o'clock a.m. Really, you got to ask me first thing in the morning. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not crooked. You're crooked. It's look. It's the LA Forum. It's supposed to be that way. That's the way the poster was designed, yo. We have to see what the day brings. We never know. We pivot. We pivot. Yeah, we went over the lawsuit against Brian Walshe's mother a long time ago. Lamisa Filipino Food Club says, has anybody else also watched video that went over Brian Walshe's mother's default case against her regarding the rental property where Anna Walsh was killed? Well, I know that. Well, first of all, we don't know that she was killed. She died there. We do know that. I haven't seen any evidence that he killed her, but I'm waiting. I know that they were sued. I know that she was sued because Diana Walsh was the one on the lease. She was the lessee. She was sued by Capozzoli. He testified. He was the owner of the Chief Justice Cushing Highway home that they rented. He sued her for all the damages to the home that were caused by the police searching the house, testing the house, spraying what they say was not luminol all over the place and stuff like that. I didn't know she defaulted on the lawsuit. I don't know where you saw that, but there's a lot of misinformation out there. And there's a lot of misinformation out there from people that you might otherwise trust to tell you the whole story. So don't know where you saw it. Don't like to report on things unless I actually review what's going on here. The actual receipts myself, which is why when you guys are sending me things, emailing me things during a stream, I'm not going to pull them up until I've vetted them myself because I'm a legal-based channel and I like to deal in facts. But I do appreciate all of your emails and I do read all of them, but I do not have the opportunity to respond to them all. But I appreciate you guys so much. Oh. Do you guys have that thing where you can sign up from the U.S. Postal Service where you get an email every day of what your mail is going to be for the day? Craftastical's birthday today. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, dear Cupcake. Happy birthday to you. Oh, and you fell over a puddle in the rain? I'm sorry. I hope you're not aching all over. Happy birthday. I don't know your real name, but happy birthday to Craftastical. Happy birthday to you. Toot toot. Emily went over it. I went over the lawsuit, but I don't remember anything about a default judgment against her that could have come in after I covered it because I think we covered it a long time ago. I'm not going to replay her stream or anything like that. I can look it up in the court docket. Hold on. Yeah, it's pretty cool, right? How they give you a poster of all of the a poster. They give you an email of all your mail that's coming for the day. I've got so many thoughts in my head. Somebody says, what are the earbuds? What color is my wall? The color of my wall is the color of a Tiffany box. Because years ago, I took a Tiffany box to the paint store and I said, can you duplicate this color? Because they can do that. And they did. And I decided I wanted to wake up inside of a Tiffany box every morning. And so I painted all the walls here that color. And I have Audrey Hepburn right in front of me. Breakfast at Tiffany is one of my favorite movies ever. And who doesn't want to wake up inside of a Tiffany box? And also, members have special emojis. One of them is a Tiffany box. And that is why. That was your first question. Second question, Regina McLeod wants to know, what AirPods did you recommend the other day? You know what I will do for you? They're called JLab. They were on sale last time I put them I can link them to this video. I'm not slap happy. I'm just running on no sleep, barely any coffee, and a 2-bag cup of throat coat tea. I will link the JLab. They're called JLab tones, and they're inexpensive. They're maybe $25. And they come in all cool colors. The thing about me and AirPods is that I'm outside, I'm working in the yard, I'm like skimming the pool, and I've lost AirPods in the pool before. And so I don't want to do that anymore. And it's the same thing with sunglasses. I've had expensive sunglasses before, and those are always the ones that get scratched, bent, sat on, lost. And when I buy those, there you go. I've just linked them to the stream. When I buy the $10 sunglasses off of Amazon, I never lose them. I don't know why that is. I don't know why that is. I don't wear them during the show. These are like ear monitors that I wear during the show. And they stay charged literally for days. Like, I don't remember the last time I charged them. They're all the time. They're always charged. Charge lasts a long, long time. This is interesting. Scarlet Begonias is here. She's got rings on her fingers and bells on her shoes. And I knew without asking she was into the blues. She says the HR lady, the HR witness, said that exactly 2 employees were provided housing at that apartment complex, The Crossing. I wonder if the 2 men with the federal charges were on Tishman's payroll. I don't think so. They were both prosecuted. I don't remember if they pled guilty or if they were found guilty, but I believe both of them are still serving federal time. And I do not think that they were the ones given free rent, but I don't know. But that's an interesting question. That's interesting. Tina's Window says USPS Informed Delivery is great, and they are the most reliable and inexpensive shipping option out there. Well, here's a funny story. Funny that you say that. First of all, we have a lot of United States postal workers who listen to the chat, who listen to us every single day. And so shout out to all my mail carriers out there. I needed to send something across the pond to the UK. Hold on a second. And it was a manila envelope with a document in it. And I went to UPS because it was a Sunday and I couldn't, the post office wasn't open. And for me to get to the post office is like a real pain in the ass. Like, I don't even think I have a stamp in my house. I pay all my bills electronically. I don't put anything in the mail. I email. I don't use snail mail. And so I went to UPS and I said, how much would it cost to send this to the UK, just regular? And they said, yeah, a couple $100. A couple $100 to mail a manila envelope to the UK? What? Why? And he had no answer for me. I went to the post office a couple days later and literally it was under $4 to mail the same envelope. So don't get like UPS. I'm sure there's a lot of UPS workers here too, but what is that about? What is that about? It's crazy. Yes, we do have Mutlu voir dire. Thanks, Michelle Rubbo, for spelling it right. Gem, G-E-M, Mutlu. Oh, Janelle has also gotten in the shower with her AirPods on. That's a pain in the neck. You can click and ship and print your own postage at home. Do you have to have special labels for that? Tell me more. Tell me more. Tell me more. Oh, that reminds me that Kim is in court today for us, Yellow Ledbettero, and she's addicted now. She's like, I have never been in a courtroom before. This is the most exciting thing I've ever done. I'm so excited. And she did say that one of the jurors reminds her a bit of Kinnicky from Greece because he's got a jacket like Kinnicky and he just gives the Kinnicky vibes. Thanks, Erica Smith, for becoming a member. Ms. Mojo Horizon is here. I love Jim Morrison too. And she says, good to be here with everyone. She also has been here for 24 months. She's an OG. You don't even know. Thank you, Nona, to 3 for your super sticker. And on top, I think I already thanked you for your super sticker. And Ashley became a new member. And Erica Smith became a new member. And we're just waiting. Mitchell prints labels on paper and then clear tape to boxes. Oh, that's a good idea. The packing tape. Like Brian Walshe bought the packing tape. What did he use the packing tape for? I haven't seen any evidence that packing tape was used anything. And that measuring cup? A lot of DNA yesterday. If you missed yesterday, I think that you're okay. Yesterday was a dry watch. We did learn about a lot of procedure in the lab, yesterday. And at the end of the day, we saw some video from the Home Goods in Norwell, Massachusetts, where Brian Walshe bought a couple rugs and used Anna's store credit to do so, which is repulsive. That he rooted through her wallet, perhaps, before throwing her Prada purse and wallet in the dumpster. He did. The worker was great. The employee who came on the stand was great. He gave a big shout out to Home Goods. And what did he say? Home Goods, where you buy everything for your home. What's the holdup today? I don't know. They didn't tell me. We just wait. And when it starts, we're here. That was at the end of the day. And then there's some video of him buying those rugs. And then some video of him. That was January 1st. Was it January 1st that he bought the rugs? Hold on. Sometimes if you don't have a receipt, they give you store credit at TJX, which is like TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Home Goods. It's all the same company. They all fall under the TJX umbrella. See, here we are. We're starting now. They give you store credit in the form of a gift card. And if you don't have a receipt, they make you show ID. So it actually had Anna Walsh's name on it. And they traced it back to her. Disgusting. Here we go. God save us from the Commonwealth.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, criminal indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Defendants present in court with counsel. Counsel starting with the Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves once again for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. War.
Great. Madam Clerk, before I lose these on the record, I'm handing you back these two exhibits. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is who. So that can be marked as the next step. I think it might be N for identification. The first two pages that I asked for from both of the
Oh,
parties.
you want them both to be in?
They go together. It's my handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
So they will have more witnesses after Jem Mutlu today. Fit check on Brian Walshe. She's wearing a cardigan, looks like a zip-up cardigan to me, with a red tie. Not sure if it's black or navy, but from here it looks to be black. White collared button-down shirt. And we are at sidebar today while we wait for Jem Mutlu to come in and give an offer of proof about what he's going to testify to. They must be arguing about what should come in with his testimony, what should be excluded, or what should be, I'm a mess here. This is a mess back here. What should not be allowed in. And so the judge will listen to some testimony and decide what she's going to allow in. Could be conversations that Jem had with Anna. Could be conversations that Jem had with other people. That could be hearsay. And so we won't really know until we know. And Rachel Johnson says, can't get over how pleasant this judge is. Yesterday, she was a little cranky. I thought she was getting hangry towards the end of the day. I don't know. I'm an empath, so I absorb other people's emotions. And I noticed that most days she's super happy, but she seems a little bit short yesterday and today. So I don't know. We'll see how that is. We'll see how it is. But she is a lot more pleasant than some of the other judges that we have had the displeasure of not just listening to on audio, but of spending weeks with over trials. Gen X 1968 says, Jem Mutlu sounds like a Disney character. Oh, that was the other funny thing they did last night at the concert. They had a couple of 90s stars come out and do like a little trivia thing at the beginning with some members of the audience. And they gave out like a guitar signed by all of the musicians. And Joey Lawrence was there. Do you guys remember Joey Lawrence? And then there was a girl who I had never heard of who played a character on Boy Meets World. Her name is Danielle Fishel. She played somebody called Topanga Lawrence. I don't know. I do remember Joey Lawrence, though. So that was interesting. And they gave away a whole bunch of swag and stuff. Everybody got like a slap bracelet. That was like your wristband, Topanga, right? Yeah, Joey Lawrence was there. She was just on Dancing with the Stars. That's what they said. They said, you might know her from Dancing with the Stars. Many of you remember Topanga. That was a show I never watched. I can't believe so many of you know that. I don't know why I guess my kids never watched that show. Maybe they did and I just didn't know it. She looked great. I don't know how old she could be now. Probably not that old. Let's see, when did that show run? That show, Boy Meets World, was from 1993 to 2000. Wow. Long run. 158 episodes. Do you remember back in television when a season of a show was 23 to 27 episodes? When I did my deep dive on Charlie Sheen after I sent him my super chat question on Billy's show, 2.5 Men was doing something like 27 episodes a season. And the only ones that do that anymore really are Law and Order SVU. Everything now is 10 episodes. Most streamers are 10, maybe 11, 12 episodes. Some are 8. I don't really watch much regular TV anymore, except I do tape every Law and Order and every Law and Order SVU. And when is organized crime coming back? That I want to know. NCIS has that many episodes too. Winter defendant, men's fashion. And I don't think he shops at TJ Maxx, but I think his mother's probably providing his clothes for the trial. I would bet. Zimmy is here from Europe. Thank you very much. She has been here for 15 months. 302 girl says, Lowe's has a smart light bulb that my daughter has over her shower and it connects to her phone for music. It's Bluetooth. That's interesting. I have the light bulbs that turn colors and you can operate them from your phone. I love those. I have those in my room. All my kids have them too. We like mood lighting in this house. 645. Anna says he's looking very, won't you be my neighbor? Oh, yes, he does. Very. This is also very similar to the cardigan that Brian Albert wore during Karen Reed trial 1, which is the only trial that he testified in. Interestingly, Hank Brennan didn't call any of the House defendants in trial number 2, except for, who knows the answer to that trivia question? Who is the only House defendant that was called during Karen Reed trial 2? Jen. I think Jessica was the first. Jessica L90 was the first one to get that. Jennifer McCabe was the only one. Thank you, Anna Long, for your super sticker, super chat. And CBean 0017, thank you for your 5. Can you go over the landlord Diane Walsh lawsuit and countersuit sometime? Go over the papers, pretty please. You're the cutest. Oh, I appreciate that. I'll take all compliments today, especially since I was up till 2 a.m. I've already done it. Done and done. I could link the show where I did it, but it's been done. It's all been done before. Remember the Bare Naked Lady sang that? It's all been done before, but none of that evidence was allowed into this trial, so the jury's not going to know anything about it. Maybe it gives us something to do at lunch. Just take a quick look at that. I'll hold that in escrow. CBean 0017. Venus Blue Crash Batty says, is the Commonwealth resting today? Thank you for driving company. Thank you. I addressed that at the beginning of the stream. A lot of people are reporting mainstream media, and a lot of people who are covering this on YouTube are reporting the Commonwealth is resting today. That is not the way that I interpreted the judge's comments at the end of yesterday. What I heard the judge say to the jury was, I like to keep you apprised of what's happening, and tomorrow it seems like we may be done with the evidence a bit early, so you may have a shorter day tomorrow. I went back and I listened to it again, and that's what I heard again. I did not hear the judge say to the jury, the Commonwealth will be resting tomorrow. And I believe that if that was happening today, that would be what the judge would have told the jury. I could be wrong, and everyone else could be right, or I could be right, and everyone else could be wrong. So what I understood the judge to be telling the jury was that we have enough witnesses. We're not going to fill a full day tomorrow, so you'll get out early, and then you can make your appointments and get along with your life. But I don't know what they discussed sidebar. And maybe some other people are privy to what they discussed sidebar that are reporting that. I don't know. Sometimes mainstream media just hears what they hear and they run with it. There was another time where that happened, and we listened to the whole thing. Mainstream media reported it wrong. It was a different trial. I don't remember what it was. And we stayed and we listened to it. They had all left the courtroom, and we stayed, and we're like, yeah, no, that's not what happened. Why are we being gaslit? Yes, we can have a badass affirmation card. Motion granted. Badass affirmation card. I could be wrong, but I feel like they have a lot more case to put on. Where's Buchanan? Where's Buchanan? Where's Fanning? Where's any of the MSP who went to the House? We're going to shuffle the badass affirmation cards of the day. She also did say, right, that they were going to be going all through next week, that they were on track. She said that the other day. All right, you ready? I'm going to say an F word. If your kids are in the room, put the earmuffs on because it's in the badass affirmation card, and I feel like it needs to be said. So I'm going to give you fair warning, nurses, if you are in the OR, not in the OR, but if you're in and you have me on speaker, take it down. Ready? Here is the badass affirmation of the day. And this is a good one. Third sidebar. We're missing nothing. I'm not a sunrise. I'm the fucking sun. That's what it says, everyone. I'm not a sunrise. I'm the effing sun. There's your badass affirmation of the day. Hit the like button while we're waiting. We pull one of these cards every day from the deck. Affirmations for a badass. Joey was in Blossom. That's right. That's right. So Venus Blue, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Strong Leg 1971. Thanks for your 5, says Mr. Mutlu. What was Anna wearing the night of December 31st? Is we want to know. Interesting. Good question. I want to know a lot of things. Pink Crown M says that Law and Order Organized Crime is on Peacock with swear words. Yes, but have they started the new season yet? Because I think I've watched all the seasons that are currently out. And then they started, what they did was they did him dirty. They did Elliot Stabler dirty. They did Chris Maloney dirty. They took it off NBC proper and they shipped it on over to Peacock. But, oh, the Miles King hearing was at 9. Oh, it's already over. So we didn't miss the thing. But I don't think they dropped the new season of Organized Crime yet. Thank you, Stephanie Sweedler, because we know we love Chris Maloney and we've been waiting. Did you see that Architectural Digest? I think it was Architectural Digest that did a video and they went to Chris Maloney's house and they showed his apartment or his townhome or whatever. He combined like a bunch of apartments together. It's really nice. Thank you, Pink Crown. And Known to 3 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for being so generous this morning. So early. Thank you, Known to 3. You're the greatest. And to the 5 that were so randomly gifted. Welcome. Suze has been here for 23 months. She's an OG and she's always got correct information. So if Glamasuse says something in the chat, she knows a lot about a lot of stuff and she's always right. That is one of the people that I trust to put information in the chat that I know is going to be accurate because she does her homework. She says, I just want to say how much I appreciate this community and chat. The positivity is fantastic and soothing. Thank you. We work very hard to keep it that way. As you know, the mods are working double time, overtime. You might not always see them, but they're always there. And if they're not, I am, and I'm quick on the button. Cup of tea. Thanks for your 5. Can the Commonwealth add a charge of dismemberment if that becomes apparent? No, they can't add it. They can't add any charges now. Hell no. Too late for that. They should have thought of that when they did their original charging. Okay. Kim says that Miles King was in the same holding cell with Walsh. I saw him being brought into the courtroom. Is Miles King back in custody? Because I know the first time we thought he violated his bail conditions, we were incorrect. It was just that he moved and forgot to tell probation or something, or parole or probation. I don't remember, but is he back in custody? I don't know. Answer is no. What I'm not sure about is the lesser includeds and whether they're going to give the jury a choice of murder 1 and some other lesser includeds. And I don't know if that's going to happen yet. And we won't know until the charge conference, which is usually right before the jury gets the case. Hold on. Thank you very much. DJ Burt says, right at this minute, you have 6,000 minds searching for properly done democracy. Oh, was it the Miles King hearing? Did anybody watch the Miles King hearing? Because I think when I looked at the notice of hearing, his name was crossed off, and I think it was for Giovanni De Los Santos and a couple of other defendants. And so if anybody did watch it or went on the Zoom, let me know. Jem Mutlu is the co-worker of Anna's who was at their dinner for New Year's Eve, which is why the title of this stream is New Year's Eve Dinner Guest, Jem Mutlu. So the answer to that is no. Cup of tea. Charm free. Thanks for your 10. I caught the end of a YouTube live and they were discussing Sarah Grace Patrick. It's definitely not an open and closed case. Grace Space said it reminded her of Carly Gregg. She was the young girl who allegedly, I think, killed her parents and then went to TikTok to try and get somebody to cover it. I guess we'll see. I think that's coming up early next year, maybe. And it's out of Georgia, right? We talked about this yesterday. I did do, I think, one show on that case, or we spoke about it briefly at some other time. Oh, not on the witness list says also Mutlu introduced Anna and William Fasto, the lover. The lover. Thanks, Charm Free, for your 10. Anna, says, related badass affirmation. The rooster woke up this morning to hear me crow. Oh, that's a good one. I like it. The rooster woke up this morning to hear me crow. Yeah, that's good. I like it. Thank you very much, Anna. She says, in case you haven't heard it yet today, we appreciate you. I appreciate you even more. We talked about this. And Marty says, have you heard of Sarah Grace Patrick, 17-year-old getting railroaded for double murder of her parents? Trial set for January 5th. It's insane. Yeah, we did talk about it briefly. Yeah, Rita says Carly killed her mom. We do know that Carly did kill her mom. We know that. That's a fact. So are we saying that Sarah Grace Patrick, we're unsure if she actually killed her parents? Is that what we're saying? That there's no like real proof that she did? Tell me in the chat. Quinn's Quest for Justice says the first True Detective was so good. Am I right? Never watched it. I never watched it. Thanks for and look at Friend of the Dog coming in here and gifting 10 memberships so early in the morning. Thank you, Friend of Dog. You're awesome. And there's a lot of new members today already. So new members, there's a little in the chat bubble. If you're watching on your phone, there's a little smiley face at the bottom. And if you click on that, you can see all the special emojis that we have for members. All kinds of things. We've got a Dave Matthews Fire Dancer. We have a couple of Grateful Dead. We got a Dancing Bear and a Steely. That's because that's what I like. And then we have Twilight Zone. Oh, Alice, because call me Alice. I fall in rabbit holes. A lot of things from Karen Reed. We are outraged. Wait for us. Smooth as butter for Alan Jackson, a rubber duck, Chloe. And then, of course, Cardi B saying, hello, because we love Cardi B. Good morning, David Reese. Thank you, Friend of Dog, for the early morning generosity. Shooter says, what am I going to watch with you after this trial, Mel? Have you got a lineup, please? I need you for my winter viewing. Oh, no. I'm very spontaneous. So we do things spontaneously. And the problem with committing to a schedule is that we say we're going to cover a trial and then the defendant takes a plea or the trial gets pushed a couple of months. And then we're like, oh, no, now what do? We need to be able to pivot. We pivot. We pivot. We do things spontaneously. And we're good at that. We do breaking news. We go live at the press of a button when I get documents because we're nosy and we like to do things quickly and while they're breaking. And so we will find something else to do. And you will never, ever, ever be bored. But what you will be is lost if you don't hit the subscribe button and set your notifications to all, because then you might miss something and then you're going to feel really left out. You will have FOMO. You will not have my snark driving you through your workday. And you will not have the others in the snark tank making you laugh all day and trying not to get in trouble for laughing all day. And make sure your notifications are set on your phone or you won't get them. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shuda, for tuning in from across the pond in the UK, as your name tells us. Nothing has actually happened yet. They've been at sidebar. They're discussing some things about other witnesses that are going to testify today. And we're waiting for Jem Mutlu. Karen wants to know if any items will be suppressed in the Luigi Mangione case or defense motions. If you think that I've had time to look at any of that stuff, you would think there was like 50 hours in a day. I didn't have time to look at it. You know who's covering it and doing an excellent job, and I highly recommend Andrea Burkhart. Andrea Burkhart, my fellow Deadhead friend, fellow law tuber, also a real life friend of mine, is covering the Luigi Mangione hearings and all the papers, and she's awesome. And so there's that. You can watch that over there. If I ever have a chance to look at the papers, I don't like to do a half-assed job either. Like if I'm going to cover something, it's going to be thorough. And so sorry, I can't give you an opinion on that quite yet. Although I have done some shows on Luigi and we did go over his charging documents and we did go over another hearing of his Just haven't been able to catch up. And also, it's in person only. Federal court is not being televised. Is it the state court that she's going over right now? Like, I genuinely don't know. In New York, we don't have cameras in our courtrooms and nothing. So there's been no video, right? She was sleeping out on the streets in New York City. Oh my God, she was in New York City and she didn't even tell me. Yeah, it was so cold last night in the city. It was 25 degrees and the wind was whipping around. It was bitter cold. Allie says, I love Andrea. She's a real one. She was sleeping out in the New York City cold streets to be in line for court. That's insane. She's nuts. She's nuts. But she does that. She's hardcore. She's also a lot younger than I am. She was doing that also at the Richard Allen trial in Indiana. But I think eventually she was able to get line sitters and she didn't have to sleep out all night on like a portable chair. I think it was cold then too when she was in Indiana, right? She did a great job on that case as well. Thank you, G. D. Guidici. Covered down walls, J. Court case by landlord. ITD. It's crazy. You might be voice to texting, and I do that a lot too. And also, I'm not quite sure what you're asking me. You don't have to super chat again, but if you can just clarify what you're asking me. If you're saying covered Diana Walsh's court case by the landlord, it's crazy. I did that a long time ago. We've covered it. We covered it in the beginning. So if you haven't been watching me for my entire, we have a whole, there's a whole Brian Walshe playlist. There's a separate playlist for the pretrial and a separate playlist for the trial. Maybe that's why you didn't see it. Yes, Allie in Texas reminding us that Andrea Burkhart also sued in the Delphi case to get TV coverage for a fair trial. She also sued to let the people in the courtroom see the exhibits because Ali Mata of Defense Diaries, I think, got in trouble one day or yelled at by somebody in the media like, you're not media. What are you doing up here? What are you doing here? Like in the Californians, SNL, one of my favorite skits ever. What are you doing here? She sued to get the public to be able to see the exhibits. And right now, I don't remember what the results of that lawsuit were, but I think she lost both of them because in Indiana, they just want things to stay behind their curtain and they don't want anybody to see what's really going on. Oh, yes. Jennifer says, I slept on a lawn chair outside the mall to be early in line for concert tickets way back in the day. Yes, me too. Me too. When I was at Boulder, when I went to school in Boulder, let's see you, Go Buffs. We used to sleep outside the UMC because that's where the Ticketmaster was or whatever they called it back in the day. I don't remember. It might not have been Ticketmaster. Maybe it was Ticketron. I don't know. We had sleeping bags and we slept outside the UMC in line for days to get Red Rocks tickets for the Grateful Dead. And also, Long Island girls, shout out, and guys, we used to sleep outside in cars at Roosevelt Field because Roosevelt Field had another place where you could buy concert tickets. Yeah, there was no internet. Remember? Those were the days, Jennifer. Weren't those the days? There's new information on the Diana Walsh case. Well, I'm going to have to, unless somebody sends it to me, I'm going to have to dig for it while we're here. Hold on. Yes, Michelle knows. We did mail order for Grateful Dead tickets too. You had to send a money order and you had to go get a money order and then people would decorate their envelopes like crazy, thinking that they'd have a better way, a better chance of getting mail order tickets. And remember those little tickets that came in the mail with the sparkles? They were sparkly. They had sparkles on them. And also, you used to have to call the Grateful Dead hotline when the tour dates would drop. Do you remember the Grateful Dead hotline? And then they would tell you the tour dates. Was it Ticketron? Crystal Justice, what the hell could they be talking about this long if it's only witness scheduling? I don't know. I don't have a bug on them. I don't know. I just don't know. I was watching the chat yesterday, and I mean, I don't know if there's a lot of people here that are new, but it was just like complaint after complaint after complaint. If this is boring, I'm falling asleep. This is boring. Like, okay, how about we try and just like not make jokes like jokes, but let's try and be funny in the chat today. Make me laugh, you guys. I'm giving you an assignment. Your assignment is make me laugh. Brian's got an earpiece in his left ear, so he can hear what's going on. And this is what the way court is. Listen, some days you're in court for 8 hours and nothing really happens. Some days you're in court, and as an attorney, all you want to do is talk. And some days you don't get to talk at all, and it's really frustrating. So you're feeling our pain as an attorney. Oh, Crystal Justice, I wasn't calling you out. You're asking me because I'm an attorney, but it doesn't mean that I have a crystal ball. I have no idea what they're talking about. They're talking about things that they don't want the media to be putting on TV, is what they're talking about. Talking about things that they don't want the jury to hear. But I don't think the jury's in the room yet, right? They're not in the room because they were told not to come until 10. The judge is not going to be happy because it's 9:49. She told the jury to come in at 10. No, I mean, I know you're not complaining at me. It's just like the vibe, like the vibe. I told you I'm an empath, so I absorb all of the emotions. And I don't think you're complaining at me. I just feel like we want to have a better vibe is all. Are there any other empaths in the chat that like absorb other people's emotions? And then it puts them in a bad mood too? Oh, okay. All right. Kim is overhearing some stuff though in the hallway. So now we are getting some information. So she overheard somebody say to the court officer that it is Jem today, Jem Mutlu, and then possibly 6 other witnesses. So who knows who we're going to see today? Who knows who we're going to see today? You never know. I'm sorry, misophonia friends. I forgot to mute while I took a swallow. I'm sorry. It's a waiting game. Is Massachusetts custom just to do trial by sidebar? Actually, this judge does not do a lot of sidebars at all. Every objection was argued at sidebar during Karen Reed's both trials. This judge makes them state grounds, which I love. But there are things that the public and the courtroom watchers should not hear. And so that the waiting is the hardest part. Tom Petty said it best. Thank you, Jeff. We always think in song lyrics here. CC John says, when the hubby gets crabby, my day is ruined. I know, and when my kids are sad, I'm sad too. It's real. Has anyone heard when the sidebars from the Karen Reed trial are coming out? No, I don't know that they're going to announce it. I think they just might start dropping the Debonator for 2009. But if anybody else has any real information, certainly let us know. Jem is about to spill all the tea. Well, Chick Noodles says, can you please check your email? My other
we can have Mr. Mutlu.
Well, you're chatting right
Thank
now.
you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Kim, can you just confirm for me the jury's not present, right? Oh, in limousine, I will allow it. Says, why can't the Grateful Dead play musical chairs? Because the music never stops. Dun, dun, dun. There he is, Jem Mutlu. We've been waiting for you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in cause now and hearing shall be the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Just step up, just watch your step. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Should we, baby, just need your voice to speak? Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had with Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay. What is your memory of what she said as far as marital issues? And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure. Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her. And the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, and that, you know, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face-to-face, together, and a conversation obviously we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children frequently.
All right,
Yeah.
so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay.
She is a very strong person. He's talking about her in present tense. Did Anna ever tell you that Brian threatened to kill her? Did she tell you that Brian was violent and she was afraid of him? No. The only things he's saying is they had marital issues because Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts. She didn't get to see her children and she was commuting a lot. He's talking about her in the present tense. Listen for it. I'm going to take it back.
Counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person. And
Yes.
yet I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was
Okay.
another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation at that time. She said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay. But more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend.
I believe is not good enough.
And other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say, now the three of, did you ever
Kitchen
take?
counter.
Kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Did you ever?
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? Not, and this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And, sir.
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
And sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before, to your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that that covers the subject matter of the voir dire. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes,
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you.
sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We were very close friends.
So let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyways,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th of 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said what you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. Do you have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children?
So again, shortly after I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered, because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today.
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have not. No,
What?
I have not. I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why.
That's on the prosecutor, because you heard what the judge said. I assume that you've reviewed that statement. He's allowed to review his statement in preparation for his testimony. That's on the DA. That is on Connor and Ann Yaz for not letting him review his statement. He's allowed to. And she looked very surprised when he said no. Watch when she glances over towards the prosecutor. He's allowed to testify about the sum and substance of the conversation, but he needs to remember what the conversation was.
troubled by not seeing the children.
So again, shortly after I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered, because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. What I do not
I
remember,
assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today.
I'm sorry,
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the
I have
police?
not. No, I have not.
Did you see that look? Did you see that look? She's like, really? I'm wasting my time with a voir dire here, and you didn't even ask him to review his prior statement, his 2-hour interview that he did with Detective Harrison Schmidt? It's a problem.
I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and he previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just think he's trying to be honest and accurate. That's what I think. And they didn't show him his statement from his 2-hour interview, and that is on them. And they're not allowed to show it to him now. He's already been sworn.
I'm happy to say, Your Honor, would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that,
Hold on. Now you may speak.
thank you, I apologize.
All
I
right.
don't have eyes back here. So
You are unmuted.
witness stated she told me there are marital issues. And then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children, traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion and I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the defense both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object. I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one, that Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts. And that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
Me. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes. But
I'll be
you
right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
She shouldn't really be talking to him. He's already been sworn. I don't know what she can say to him now. Apparently what happened was Jem Mutlu, and he does also spell it with a G, so I'm using the G because that's the way we've used it pre-trial. Apparently this witness told the prosecutor something yesterday that he had never told him before. And so now, I guess, Greg Connor or Ann Yaz, one of the ADAs, told the defense, here's what he's going to say. He just told us for the first time yesterday. Therefore, they had to bring him in and put him on the stand to question him about that and whether or not he would be allowed to testify to that. It was also brought up that he gave a 2-hour interview to Detective Harrison Schmidt from Cohasset PD, and he was not prepped on that statement. He was not given that statement to review. So he doesn't really remember a lot of his conversation with Anna on the 29th. It was 45 minutes long. He said that she described marital issues or marital difficulties, but she didn't say anything like, or he didn't say anything like, Brian's really angry because he found out I'm having an affair with William Fastow. Brian threatened me. Brian has been violent. I'm afraid of Brian. Brian's flipping out because his mother hired a PI to tail me, and now they know about my affair. He didn't say anything like that. He said she was upset because she didn't get to see the kids enough because she was commuting back and forth. She said that she was upset because Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts, and that was putting a strain on their marriage, and also the financial issues with the attorney's fees, and that he hadn't been sentenced yet. There's nothing really damning here that he's going to say. If he said Anna was afraid for her life because Brian just found out about the affair and he was crazy and I'm afraid, that would make a big difference to me. But he's not going to say that. It's an exception to the hearsay rule because it goes to Anna's state of mind and because it also could go to motive. We're a little bit behind, so I have the room to scooch here. Jody 617 says Anna clearly told him enough that he was concerned and wanted her to see a therapist. Yeah, but his concerns aren't relevant to her state of mind, right? That's why he's not allowed to testify about, like, I got the feeling that she felt this way, or, it was my take that she felt like this. No, he can only testify as to what she actually said and what he remembers her actually saying to him. That is the only way that this comes in. And sometimes your friends might tell you to see a therapist because, they're tired of hearing about it. They're like, you really need a therapist to talk to this about. He does seem like a very kind man. He does seem like he's an empath. But these are not new issues for the jury. The jury knew that he was awaiting sentencing. The jury knew that she was commuting back and forth. The jury knew that she was not home for Thanksgiving. She was not home on Christmas until late in the night. But I don't know if what he just testified to on voir dire gives me a motive for Brian to kill her. Does it give you a motive? We'll see how the testimony comes out. He does kind of look like a therapist, doesn't he?
Please, when I can. All set for the jury?
All right, the jury's coming in. Now, there may be some other things that he's going to testify to that are not new to the Commonwealth that are in the statement. So we will see, although he didn't review the statement and he just testified as to everything that he remembers about that conversation on the 29th. And they're not going to talk about that 2-hour conversation that they had when he was in Puerto Rico. And who knows what she told him then. I'd be curious to know. He's wearing, well, we'll give you a fit check on Jem Mutlu when he comes back, but he was wearing a dark gray turtleneck. Could be cashmere. We went over his Instagram one day. He's a very successful real estate professional. And a dark gray, I would say that was.
Who's entering, all rise.
And what looks like it could be a cashmere blazer. Same color, very dark, monochromatic today.
Harry, all persons having anything to do for the Honorable Judge Freniere, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave your attendance, and you shall be heard. I'll save the Commonwealth. May be seated.
Let's save us from the Commonwealth.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? Yes. And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, I'll answer in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Right this way, sir. Take your time, just watch your step. Thank you. Sure. Sharon, you can have a seat.
Thank you.
Just pull that chair a little tighter. Okay, keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure. It's CEM, last name MUTLU, I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And sir, are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walshe?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walshe at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walshe?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Brian. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walshe ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walshe to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe?
We became very close as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity?
If you're not looking at your screen, he's holding back tears. I saw them as my own. And he said, you mean Brian and the children? I saw them as my own. He was friends with both of them. Very sad. He's very emotional. I'm going to take it back in case you didn't have a chance to look at your screen.
Her family?
Frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now,
Brian too.
did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walshe?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walshe?
We sold a property in Marblehead, where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walshe?
Yes,
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before, because I called her on the 29th, a couple days before New Year's, to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I had found out that she was going to reinvest that property.
And when you say reinvest that property,
Or rather, reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer...
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
Sure.
And then once that passes,
Of course.
it's kind of tough to compete with that.
Wow, I just have to highlight this comment. Let's just give this man a moment. Karina says, how disgusting of you to point out and highlight his pain. WTF, Melanie. Let me explain something to you, Karina. There are people who listen to this show while they're driving, while they are at work, that are not able to look at the screen. And so I am narrating what is going on at the screen. I do not find it disgusting. What I find disgusting is your comment about me pointing out that. Enjoy your trip to Block Island.
Of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal, again, or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walshe was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that her, that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Oh, he should.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? What did she, well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation, did she have any problems?
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had,
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. I expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walshe during this conversation on December 29, 2022. The statements made by Anna Walshe are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
while I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right, I'll strike the characterization. What Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
He's saying that obviously traveling back and forth was, see, he's not allowed to talk about his feelings or obviously how she felt. He has to talk about only the things that he remembers that she specifically said. My heart is breaking for him too. Thank you, Muddles in the house, for being a longtime lurker. I'm going to forward it ahead. Kim, who is in the courtroom, says that Jem is very stoic, that he seems very upset, and that he will not look at Brian at all. At all. Let's see what Brian's doing. Brian's kind of just watching the sidebar. It seems that he will not look at Jem either, which is interesting to me. You know, it could be that Jem feels some
Sir?
guilt that he never had that
What did she
conversation
say
with her.
about not seeing the children?
That it was difficult for her.
And what did she say about Brian Walshe not being able to leave Massachusetts?
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
We'll have
sir,
another
again,
question.
Sure,
thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walshe?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walshe?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah,
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
about 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car. or
There was
anything?
no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walshe house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me.
Again, he's fighting back tears as he's remembering the last time that he saw his dear friend and a woman who worked for him for a little over a year. It's very sad.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me?
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door, we hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure, it was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3?
Thanks, Mama Cass, for gifting 5 memberships.
Sir, can you
You're
see that
awesome.
screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down.
This is really hard for him. The camera person
Now-
did not show us the photo.
What was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive, very
What-
happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools
Okay.
at the kitchen, and Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes,
Who joined the three of you?
their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
Very, very hard for him.
He ran to me and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Fasto." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes,
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
we all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. Commonwealth will seek to publish.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified for the record now as three photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes,
And are you able to read the writing on the box in exhibit 257?
yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could we now have Exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. Love, Brian, and then the date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve 2022. Jen.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
No,
Did you have any concerns about her health?
physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walshe told you he had had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that he had, it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And
Yeah.
that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus, it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30 because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how'd you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166?
He's very well mannered. He was sending a thank you text for the evening.
Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, I love my necklace?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walshe?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
The oldest,
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participant?
the oldest child gave him a necklace. The camera's focused on Brian Walsh's the back of his head instead of focusing on the screen where the text message is. I'd like to see the text messages.
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two,
Yes.
those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we are. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, had you had any conversations or with Brian Walshe via cell phone?
Before January
Second?
2nd,
Yes.
any conversations?
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walshe on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation, his demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
Move to strike. All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
his tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And
Yeah.
sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, Sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walshe?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
On to cross.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mhm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh,
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts. I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
okay. Let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time. No,
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
that's correct.
And you've told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
He's thinking, nodding his
We
head.
talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh. and
No,
yourself.
Anna, no. Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah.
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that
That's
process. And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mhm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
During the program
Mhm.
and thereafter?
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family
Mhm.
and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Jackson.
Oh, that's not
See
good
at
for the
side of
Commonwealth.
bench.
She asked him what he meant. You said Brian Walshe was impactful. He said they look out for you. That's interesting. It seems like he doesn't want to really testify against Brian. That's the vibe I'm getting. I see a lot of chatter saying it would be nice if Brian Walshe showed some emotion. They haven't showed the front of his face yet at all. Did I miss any shots of the front of his face? Because I have no idea what emotion he's showing. All I've seen is the back of his head and a side profile. And right now he's got his hand where we can't see anything. So I don't know if he's showing emotion or not. If I miss something, I'll have to take it back.
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls. And we ended up raising, well, about, I think, $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall. And we were told that, hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one. But I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assumed that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Year's spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna
required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No,
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
no,
He supported her career with you.
he did.
He was proud of her.
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically, she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, I mean, she did everything. She did, the director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021. And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours.
So I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
Personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours.
That is correct.
And you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes,
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you gotta support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
Okay. And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the DC, Virginia area at the time. So there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told. And that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the winter, fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings.
Did.
And you went to support Brian,
I did.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other friends of Anna and
Yes.
Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna,
I was sitting next to Anna.
and Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it,
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna.
I don't believe so.
When you say I don't believe so, Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours or the friendship with her?
He did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Trying to dilute the possible motive that people might think that Brian killed Anna because he was jealous of other men. And this witness seems to think that Anna
The bench.
was not jealous. It seems to say, hold on, I want to hear this.
Relationship with her?
She never said that, no. I believe so.
When you say I don't believe so, Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours or the friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
She never complained about the long hours or the friendship with her. I'm not going to entertain like speculation into his sexual orientation. I don't think we really need to do that, do we? Here's Brian Walshe again from the side, really from the back side, from kind of like an over the shoulder of his right shoulder. Hard to see if he has any emotion or not. They haven't shown his face, and he keeps blocking his face with his hand. I remember that Brian also had a strained relationship with his own father. And so did Brian see this man as sort of a father figure to him? Seems like this gem was friends with both of them. He has elegance and grace, says Laura. Thank you very much. You said that very well. Thank you, Ms. 80835 says, being an empath is exhausting. Let's have a wicked awesome Wednesday with good vibes. I'll allow it. Thanks, Mama Cass, for your 20. Good Wednesday morning. Go slap the like and subscribe. It's free. Thanks for your 20. Mama Cass. We did the fit check on Mr. Mutlu. Thank you, BC, for suggesting it. Mama Cass gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Coco, thanks for your 5. Says, I told my computer I needed a break. Now it won't stop sending me pictures of keyboards with the escape key missing. Well done. Thanks for your super chat. Ms. 808 with another 5. He doesn't remember his last conversation with his good friend. It's almost 3 years ago. He did give a statement. Nobody prepped him on the statement. There's really no excuse for that. So he did testify to some other things that he was not voir dired on, and that is because that's not new information. So when Kelli Porges was cross-examining him about, you described Brian Walshe as impactful, that must have been from a statement that he gave. And those were his words. I saw someone in the chat saying that wasn't the words that he used, that was the words the attorney used, but that is what he had said prior to law enforcement. Kazi Thesaurus is here and says, why would they not have asked him if Anna and Brian were getting along on New Year's Eve? He was the last one who's seen them together. I think they just did, and that your super chat was a little early. Thank you for your 5. He said they were getting along. Coco, I do see the cupcake next to your name. I'm looking at it on my phone. Charles, thanks for tuning in from South Africa, says, does this guy have a habit of looking at other people's phones? Very strange. I don't trust him. Big pause thinking for the answer. Charles, I took it a totally different way. I thought he was very emotional. I don't know if you were looking at your screen when he testified, but maybe your opinion has changed. I think you sent this during the voir dire. Thank you very much for your 5. Thank you, Iceman, for thanking me for narrating. And thank you, Karen, for your 5. I appreciate you and the compliments.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing. Right?
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer's stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022 you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
It's still out there. It was stricken, but Diana, apparently Brian's mom, was upset that Jem was holding Anna's hand. This could lead us into the private investigator that she allegedly hired to trail Anna. We haven't heard anything about that yet in testimony. Has not been brought into the case yet.
The 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that,
What now?
yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah,
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
sure.
Now he's going to get to look at his statement.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Remember, we heard some, maybe it was in the opening. Larry Tipton talked about Anna telling Brian that she had a crush
Page
on William
53.
Fastow and that he was not jealous about William Fastow and that she, in fact, told her girlfriend she wished that Brian would be more jealous. And we have not heard from the girlfriend yet either.
Oh, I might. I sent these to you guys.
Now his now his recollection will be refreshed about what he told the
Glad to hear
detective in his 2-hour interview to impeach him or to refresh his recollection because he doesn't remember that Anna confessed that he had a crush on, that she had a crush on him. And Robin says, who wouldn't have a crush on
You're
Jem?
going to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
That's correct. Yeah.
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
Sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top, from
From
the
the top
top of the page?
until the bottom, until
Sure.
He thinks he's supposed to read it out loud, I think, but
So
he's
we
not.
actually started,
just
Read to yourself.
Read to yourself and look up when you're done.
oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Kim is in the courtroom. She says one of the jurors almost cried when Jem cried about the little boy running to him. And also Brian's mother is very tense today and shaking slightly when Jem is talking about her. I don't know. Are they going to try and throw some suspicion on Brian's mom? Like a Donna Adelson kind of thing? I don't know. Is that where the defense might go with this? Planting the seed? We love Colorado says everyone has a crush on Sean Connery. Look-alike. He does remind me of Sean Connery. He's reading it out loud, kind of into the mic. There's a little bit of a hot mic. Richie Bay says, ooh, Diana was the jealous one. Jeffrey Murray says they're muddying the waters. Is there reasonable doubt? Has the jury already been thinking about this? Because this is really the first time anything's been brought up. Apparently, he also brought up that
that's it.
Diana was
Just gonna
also
come
going to
to
move
that.
to DC with them.
Is reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this line of question, Your Honor.
You
Why?
can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does. If
I
it
don't
doesn't.
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
Objection.
Sustained.
He had an affair with one of his
So
coworkers.
you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on him?
Sustained.
I mean, this is relevant stuff.
She developed feelings for you.
Sustained.
Did Anna tell you she had
Anna
feelings?
Walsh told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you at
you.
the side of the bench.
I mean, if it's in the statement, and he just read one page of that statement, and he's saying now that he doesn't remember saying that, she's doing a good job at poking holes in his credibility, in my opinion. And it seems like she just said also, isn't it true you also had an affair with one of your coworkers? And remember, when we looked at his Instagram, and there were pictures of him, and he has only beautiful women that work with him. Kim says the judge seems angry about the line of questioning at sidebar. Kim, you're getting all the deets today. Kim, we want to know if Brian Walshe is showing any emotion, because all we're seeing is the back of his head, and his hand is blocking his face. So I think what she's trying to point out here is that Jem did. There was some speculation about his sexual orientation, which is one of the things that I don't like, but a lot of people were speculating. Apparently, it was just brought up that he had an affair with one of the women that worked for him, and that he told Harrison Schmidt, the detective at Cohasset, that Anna had a crush on him, or told him he had a crush on her. I mean, told him she had a crush on him, told Brian that she had a crush on him, and that Brian did not get jealous. I think, didn't she just say affair? Those were the words that she used, Tina? I apologize if I mischaracterized it. Did he say you had a relationship with someone who worked for you? I heard that's what he said. While we're here, everyone please hit the like button. It helps the algorithm, and it's the kind thing to do. There's, I don't know, almost 9,000 people here with us this morning. Oh, he said relationship. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I stand corrected. Romantic relationship. I'd have to go back and listen to the exact words. It's hard when I'm looking stuff up and watching you guys talking about the chat. Did he say he was married? I don't recall. Was he married then? I don't recall. Thank you, FS Coelho, for appreciating my narration. I appreciate you and your super chat. She can't constantly look at her phone screen, and sure, she appreciates it. And she feels for Jem as well. Thank you.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text?
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant? A confidant?
A confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah. She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her?
Yes,
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
that's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022, that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job?
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night
Okay,
on December 31st.
okay. And you also told us Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year?
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses?
Correct.
What did he make his money doing?
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's?
That's correct.
And I think you said that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't know.
you back and confirm?
No, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them?
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Years before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you had said that during this call, she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially,
Okay,
but also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, it technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay,
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay,
And
so let me just ask
Happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
Yeah.
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property?
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay,
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah.
okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property?
That's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay,
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
okay. You mentioned a name on direct examination I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes.
And
Correct.
you guys were both in real estate and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington DC for her job, they wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walshe and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation.
You're talking about Brian Walshe, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walshe and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or. Yeah.
Okay. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walshe and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walshe family,
Thank you.
to Will Fasto.
Okay.
He wants to make it very clear that he did not introduce Anna to William Fasto for the purposes of him being her paramour. I want to know if he knew that they were having an affair. But he is the person who introduced Anna and Brian to William Fasto, who wound up being Anna's paramour or lover. And he did testify already. If you missed that day, you can go back and watch his testimony.
And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walshe never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No,
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walshe for Will Fasto.
no,
And she never told you that she had more than plutonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not plutonic, platonic.
not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close,
Okay.
but she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So he didn't find out until he read it in the media. Interesting. Interesting. He didn't even know. He didn't even know. So when she said in front of everyone, let's take a picture for William Fasto of you, me, and my oldest son who just gave you a necklace and send it to Will Fasto, he had no idea that it was because Will Fasto was her lover. It was their real estate broker who had sold them the townhome in DC. But he was her confidant, but she never told him that. But he knew their marriage was in trouble, but it was because of the travel, because she didn't see the kids a lot, because she was working long hours. Never said it was because I'm afraid of violent. I'm afraid of Brian and he's a violent psychopath and he found out about my affair or he knows about my affair. People's lives are very complex, but it's interesting to me that he was her confidant and he didn't know. She didn't tell him.
Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship
That I
with.
can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
Brian was not in the photo. It was Jem,
I
Anna,
don't
and the
recall
child.
having seen them argue.
Never
And they
saw
were
them
a couple
argue.
that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so, that I always thought that there was a lot of love between them and that she was very much in love with Brian.
In Sync has entered the chat. She was very much in love with Brian. This is her closest confidant. He knew both of them. I find him to be a credible witness. I see a lot of chatters who don't believe anything he says. I find him to be very credible. This is the first emotion that we've seen in this trial about Anna's loss, and it's about damn time. I find him to be reliable. And I see a lot of people in the chat saying, he disposed of her body, guilty. And then there was this comment earlier. That said, and I just want to bring this up so you can think about it. Somebody said, please don't be ridiculous. Brian already pled guilty to unlawful conveyance of a deceased body or remains. She is dead. Well, think about this. Brian Walshe is a liar, right? He's a confirmed liar. He committed fraud. He's doing federal time because of it. What if he lied about conveying away her body? What if that's a lie? Because if Brian Walshe is a liar, you can't use it as a shield and a sword, right? So if he's a liar, couldn't he be lying about that? Just think about it. Yes, he does. Jem looks like Daryl Hammond doing Sean Connery on Celebrity Jeopardy on SNL. Excellent, excellent observation.
Yeah.
People do plead guilty when they're innocent, Kippy. You're right.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes,
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
Very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes,
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
yes,
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were
And that is exactly what Greg Connor was trying to get him to say, that Anna ran down the driveway, no coat on, and jumped in his arms. He didn't say that. He tried to get him to say that, but because he didn't prep him with his statement, he didn't say that. And we had heard about that in openings, I believe. But Kelli Gorgeous Porges is going to tell us about it. Here we go.
in Anna, looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids,
Yes,
looking forward to seeing Anna,
yes,
and looking forward to seeing Brian.
that's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
Right?
And you
Because he
were
testified earlier that what did she do when you got there? What did she do when you got there? She just opened the door and let me in. So more of what he told the law enforcement is coming out.
To see her.
Yes,
And she was obviously excited to see you.
yes,
And you said it's cold out.
yes,
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
yes,
And then you walk in the house together.
that's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your
She was
arm?
very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced.
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen.
Okay.
He was there. Yeah,
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in the house.
absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3?
Camera person, could you please show us the exhibit, please? Thank you so much.
And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st.
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other.
that's correct.
And
They show in the kitchen.
am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all three of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all three of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the two of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I mean, I have received a photo of the three of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but.
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the two of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, oh, I see. Well, the two of us and Brian,
All three of you together.
all three of us together, correct?
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other,
Yes,
and Brian's preparing food and he's serving
Okay, so there's a picture of all three of them. Why didn't they show us that picture? This camera person is really off his or her game today.
you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes,
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the three of you embracing and smiling.
That's the three of us with Brian?
I'm
Wait, was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom.
Okay.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Excellent, because I want to hear that question again. There's so many trolls here today, and we're short-staffed, so I'm getting a little distracted, but I want to hear that. Anna showed you a new ring that she got? Hold on.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
They said it
And-
was valuable.
I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Objection.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Several $100,000.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, please leave your notebooks in the chairs. Watch your step.
This judge knows a good cliffhanger. You
Sure.
are correct.
Thank you.
Can't really get a look at Brian Walsh's face. Let's see if they walk him out. Thank you, 25 years on the job, who did 25 years on the NYPD, says there's a difference between committing the act of murder and unlawful disposal of a body. That's why the unlawful disposal of a body is a maximum of 3-year prison sentence. Brian gave her a new diamond. Was it real? I have so many questions.
You can go right back outside. You may be seated, everyone else. Yes. He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
An answer for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
Right. How much longer with this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
I'm just isn't happy today. She's not happy today. Let's see, it's 11:49 and this clock says 11:42. So we're about 7 minutes behind, which means we can fast forward through much of the break. They are on their mid-morning break and we have some questions. Tammy says they may lie and clean up to protect someone. Yeah, exactly. So this is why it's so nice most of the time to hear from so many of you who can respectfully share your opinions and talk about the difference in the way that you're seeing the evidence. Because trust me when I tell you, this is the way the jury is going to be thinking about it. And these are some points that the jurors might bring up with each other. Listen, you never know what a jury's going to do. All right, wait, court is you never know what a jury's going to do or think. In Karen Reed's first trial, apparently there may have been some jurors who actually thought that John O'Keefe was hit by a car. And there was zero evidence of that. It doesn't say what time they're coming back. So you never ever know what a jury's going to think. That's why it's important to hear so many points of view. Here's one. Let's see. CB by 4 said, I don't think this witness is important to the case, talking about Jem Mutlu, because it's the only one that we've seen so far. I think he's very important to the case. He's the last one to see Anna Walsh alive other than Brian. And he was there on New Year's Eve and he got to see how they were getting along that evening. He is also now testifying that Brian just gave Anna, or they together bought a very expensive ring that was worth several $100,000. And yet the Commonwealth is trying to show that the motive for him murdering Anna was financial. One of the motives anyway. Norman Corey said earlier, so I think he's a very important witness. He also knew both of them. He was also friends with both of them. And he also was friends with Brian before he even knew Anna. And he said he considered them to be like, like his second family. Or like members of his family. Norman Corey pointing out that this is what real friends look like when they lose someone they love. Not what we viewed from the McCabe's and Alberts during the Karen Reed trial 1. Julie pointing out that if the defense goes too hard on Jem during cross, it might backfire. I think the jury's probably very sympathetic to his emotions. And I think you're right. And I think that she is being gentle on him. She's not. I think it was good that Kelli Porges is the one doing this cross. and not Larry Tipton, because Larry Tipton can sound loud, which can sound a little bit mean maybe to the jury. So I think it was a smart choice. Thanks, Angela, for becoming a member. And Anna Long says, I'm absolutely certain the jury is feeling this too. That was earlier. Thank you, Kansas Granny, for becoming or for being a member for a month. And thank you, Linda, for your $10 super sticker. I appreciate you. Steph said earlier, I saw Brian Walshe wipe a tear from the back when they were talking about the necklace. And Crystal Ray said at the 17-minute mark, Brian almost had a smirk when Jem broke down. 17-minute mark of what though? Of the law and crime stream or of my stream? I can't like rewind myself in real time. So, I mean, I'll go back to the law and crime stream and see if that's what you're talking about at 17 minutes, but let me see. And also because it's in real time, it's hard to fast forward all the way back. It doesn't give me the 17-minute mark. It counts backwards because it's still live. But I trust you. I trust you, Crystal Ray. Well, you're saying it was a smirk. I don't know. There's other people who are interpreting it a different way. And every juror will interpret it a different way, right? Ellen, thanks for your 5 said, I just want to give Jem a huge hug. Thank you, Charles, from South Africa, saying if he was worried about her marriage, why didn't he tell her to stop having an affair? Well, he just testified that he didn't know anything about it. That's what he just testified to. Thank you, Charles. Shine on You Crazy Diamond says, is Brian perhaps so under his mother's spell that he would even go to prison for her? I don't know. Could be things that the jury is thinking about too, right? They're not allowed to talk about the case until the end of the case, until they get it. Right, and the state did point out the search for a big diamond ring, so why not let it in? Exactly. He was searching for rings on Google, right? Sean on Your Crazy Diamond says, and with another super chat, to me, his actions since New Year's do not suggest that he planned the murder. His actions make no sense at all because he is not a stupid person. It seems to me that he simply did what had to be done. Thank you, Sean on Your Crazy Diamond. And Julie Jensen says that Jem is the best witness to date. And Save the Turtle says, no, he shopped in the murder aisle. He's guilty. Or he's the dumbest criminal on the planet, making all the Google searches, knowing that there's surveillance video in all of these stores. I mean, if he was a smart criminal, wouldn't he go to like the mom and pop hardware store where maybe they don't have a camera? I don't think the mother was there on New Year's Eve. There's no evidence of that. Daisy Duke Brown Eyes, where does it, who told us the mother was there on New Year's Eve? He said it was only him. He said it was only him. It was only him and Brian and Anna, only the 3 of them. I didn't see any evidence that the mother was there on New Year's Eve. If somebody else heard testimony about that, let me know. Daisy Duke Brown Eyes said that. I don't have any evidence of that. Goblin Misfit says he shopped in the disposal and cleanup aisle. Murder is a different store. Michelle says, but why? I don't feel he'd put himself behind bars for anyone. He's too selfish. Why would he plead guilty? He's already doing time on the federal charges. And he's already been in Norfolk County Pokey for 3 years. He could get credit for time served. The maximum penalty for improper conveyance of a corpse is 3 years. He's already been there for 3 years. It's strategic, in my opinion. And he's also serving a federal sentence on the fraud. And maybe we'll look at the sentencing memo that the defense filed over the break, because the defense is asking that he be sentenced and that it be served concurrently to the federal sentence that he's also serving. He's already serving time. See what I'm saying? Just trying to get you guys to think outside the box. And then this person says, I don't know how Melanie puts up with all of these ridiculous, baseless theories. You know why, girl? Because this is what a jury could be thinking. This is what a jury could be thinking. And there are very, very intelligent people in this chat who follow the evidence. And we talk about what the jury could be thinking about. So go on with your bad self. But that's what we do here. We evaluate evidence. And so far, I haven't seen evidence that he actually murdered her. He's admitted to disposing or conveying away her body. And it was also brought out, her DNA was on the hacksaw, her DNA was on the hatchet. It's also brought out that all of the stuff, including the slippers and towels, were all in the same garbage bag, or maybe not, or maybe they were all in the same compactor. It could be transfer DNA. Right? And that's the way the jury's going to think about it. Just because you are 100% convinced that Brian Walshe is guilty doesn't mean that the jurors are. And we also know a lot more about this case because we've been following it for a long time and we did all the pretrial on it. And we know about the shenanigans that were going on at the Crossing apartment building in DC. And then Rudoka says, what about the video where he buys a hacksaw and buckets and cleaning supplies? Are those lies? No, he's a moron. He actually looked into the video camera and primped himself. He's a con man. Is he putting on a show? I don't know. But trust me when I tell you that these are the things that the jury's going to be thinking about. If he's a liar and a con man, is he also lying about his guilty pleas? I don't know. Gypsy Soul Astro Photos says, I'm an empath and sometimes it's so frustrating because my husband can completely harsh my vibe if he's in a bad mood and it's seeping from his pores. I feel you, Melanie. I know, right? Right? Thank you for your 10, for feeling me. Shine on Your Crazy Diamond says, think about what we would do to protect a loved one or someone you're dependent on. From a distance, it's easy to say that you would always act morally, but what if you were inside such a situation? I know. I think it's hard. You can't, and also you can't predict how a person would react in a situation, how a person would behave in a situation, right? Because you're not that person. Like sociopaths and psychopaths don't show emotion. They just don't. They have no empathy. They don't care. You know, it's everyone that we've heard from says, well, the only person we've heard from really to talk about that they knew Brian was Jem Mutlu and said he was a impactful man. Yeah, that right. That class that they took, I don't know if anybody's done a deep dive into that, but I remember hearing about this a long time ago, and I'm not sure if it's the same like thing that they went to together, that like leadership conference or whatever it was, but it's run by like a certain guy, and it does kind of look pyramid schemey to me. Thank you, Sean, on Crazy Diamond, for pointing that out. Anna Long says, I have the same tools. Shopping isn't a crime. Thanks, Anna. The pizza driver says, can the Commonwealth add manslaughter before the defendant asks for a directed verdict? I don't think lesser includeds are discussed until verdict sheet time, which is usually right before the jury gets the case. Cultish, pyramidish, yeah. And so I guess we're going to find out. Massachusetts is like not many other states, right? Gen X Jenny coming in with an interesting point. If I can just find it. Said, Mel, your statement, he's a con man. Was he putting on a show? This could have been getting her away from something very dangerous. Why was her DNA on the handle of the hacksaw? The handle of it. Not just the blade, but also the handle. I don't know. Thanks, a pizza driver. Lisa and Cannoli, Melanie, does Tipton and legal team know if Brian Walshe committed the crime? You mean like the murder? Do defendants have to confess to their legal team for strategic purposes? Hell no. In fact, many attorneys, many defense attorneys are like, I don't want to know if you did it or not. I don't want to know. Because if you are their attorney and you know that they did it, you can't suborn perjury and put them up on the stand if you know they're going to lie. So I have no idea what his attorneys know. I have no idea. I have no inside information to that. But I know the defense that they're putting up. And their defense is she died in bed because this must be what he told them. She died in bed and that he disposed of her body because he was worried about his children because he hadn't been sentenced yet in his federal case. People still have questions about the black plastic bags in the basement. I have questions about the buckets. Did anybody ever test the buckets? Where's her body? I don't know. I don't know. Only he would know, and I don't think they're going to be able to ask him about it if he takes the stand. I don't know if he's going to take the stand. Stephen Cotter says a couple years from now, somebody's going to bump into Anna in Dunkin' Donuts. Right. 3 Clerk Monty also coming in with a good comment. Something to keep in mind. Norfolk DA's office and the MSP conducted this investigation in 2023 during a time when we know they were actively cheating in every single way in another one of their cases. We still don't know what's in Proctor's phone regarding this case, but we do know there's something in Proctor's phone regarding this case. People think the mother was involved. I still don't have proof that he knew about the affair because Brian was also friends with William Fastow. Does Googling him indicate that he knew about the affair? I don't know. He was their real estate broker. Maybe it was one of the only people that she knew in DC. So he called him because he was one of the only people that she knew in DC. I don't know. DNA could be on the handle from blood spatter. That's true. But did they say anything on the hacksaw tested positive for blood? Yuri Buchanan is on the witness list and he did interview the child. So I would assume that they're going to call him. It is now noon. Remember, the jury didn't come in until, it's 12:05. The jury didn't come in until 10 today. Did he put the tools in the dumpster at his mom's apartment? Yes, because those are the only trash bags that were recovered. That was the only dumpster that was recovered. It was the dumpster and the trash compactor from the Swampscott apartment building where his mother lived, parking lot. I'm hoping they're going to call him. He testified at the evidentiary hearing, as did Fanning. Doctors Brian 8163 says this case is not the straight line I thought it would be. I don't know. On a lot of other channels, he's already convicted and thrown in jail for life. I'm just not seeing proof of a murder yet. I don't know if I'm crazy. I could be. It's quite possible. And, you know, they had a German Shepherd too. Maggie says, I feel like there's so much missing. Right. And if you've watched this whole entire trial and came into it fresh, right, and you didn't know a lot about the pretrial stuff that we know and the deep dives that we've done and all the stuff that's not, the jury's not going to hear about, and you feel like there's a lot missing, and I'm not saying that that's you specifically, Maggie, but if that is you, how do you think the jury's feeling? Yes, Yuri was there on day one, and I think the reason was, you're right, Does. Yeah, Yuri was there on day one, and that was the judge saying to them, you know, you need to be on standby, right, for trial. So I imagine that they're going to call him. I have Kim looking to see if she eye spies him in the hallway because she will recognize him. She will know if he's in the building. She will let us know. And Miss Scarlett feels the same, that so much is missing. And I feel a lot of it has to do with the fact that this story was not chronologically told. I feel like they should have had Anna's friend that she went out with a couple of days before New Year's Eve testify right at the beginning of the case, because we still haven't heard from her yet. And then I think we should have heard from Jem. And then I think we should have heard from, Brian's I think Brian's statements, we heard his recorded statements all on the first day of trial. I think they should have been spread out as to the dates they actually occurred. So we would have a better idea of Brian's statement that he was giving to law enforcement that was recorded, shockingly. And the same day he gave that statement, then he went to, and I'm not saying that this is right because I haven't done the timeline. The same day that he gave the statement, I think his first statement was on the 4th. That was the day that he took one of his kids to Lowe's. I think it was Lowe's where he was primping, right? And he also, I think, went to Home Goods on that day. And I feel like if we saw the Home Goods video and then we heard he went to Home Goods, let's say, and I don't remember exactly because my notes are chicken scratch. He went to Home Goods in the morning, right before, I remember it was before 10 because I said, I don't think they open till 10, but they do apparently. And he went to Home Goods and he bought that stuff. And then the police came to his house. And then here's what he told the police. And then that same day, he also went to another store without his child. I think Home Goods. And then the jury would be like, I'm sorry, what? He went and he bought this stuff at Lowe's, like that big garbage pail, with his kid. Then he gave a statement to the police who came to his house before noon. Then after the police left, then he's going shopping. He doesn't look like a guy who's frantically looking for his wife, right? I just feel like that storytelling, and I understand that witnesses are not always available when you want them to be, but I feel like that kind of storytelling to me would be more impactful. And the jury's keeping notes, but their notes are like my notes. I write stuff down. I can't read it. I don't remember what I meant by it. And Norman Corey says, I'm not saying Walsh didn't do it. I have questions. His behavior appears to be someone that wanted to get caught. Okay, they're back.
You are unmuted.
Cinnamon says magicians perform magic by creating a diversion. So we look where they want us to. Are the Google searches and shopping spree a diversion?
Oh, the witness back on the stand?
It was all diversion, says Proctor's final curtain call. Great username. Megan says, that's what I'm saying. So I don't know, but it could be the way some juries are thinking too. Jurors. We're back for Jem Mutlu's continued cross-examination.
You keep your voice up for me, please.
By Kelli.
Yes, thank you.
Porges.
You may
public
proceed.
defender.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's
And
correct.
she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No.
They weren't drunk?
No.
The champagne was free flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
Yeah.
And during the night, there are you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
That's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah. Yeah.
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
Again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
That's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone?
Was that a Wednesday? If
I
it
don't
is-
have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2, 3, 4.
Because
So
yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes. Yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that
That's
she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you, no. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing. No,
You said the night was joyful.
that's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you've told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I
Well,
think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed
okay.
happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So,
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple days in advance that
So let me
she,
just stop
yeah,
you for a minute.
thank you,
okay?
sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people?
to understand, yes.
And I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities,
Yes,
to see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walshe as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together.
Mhm.
You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that
Okay.
point.
But
And
you-
I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you had spent time with Brian Walshe, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well,
was,
you brought pastries to your home in the South End,
sure,
right?
sure. Yeah.
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
That's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
as full of hope. And on your
I'm not
break
sure.
Before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm gonna stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course, thank you.
I understand
course,
that I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure. Yes, I did.
And at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods to
That's-
specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that. Yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your words. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days.
So when you.
And our community had not been,
31st.
correct, we had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand.
Okay,
And the tone of voice was not panicked.
so let me just ask you my question again.
Yes,
Let
thank
me
you.
know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please.
When you left the house
Yes,
of your good friends
yes,
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning,
yes,
the mood was joyful and happy.
yes.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
Redirect.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex?
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking into my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
Well, I recall.
Probably state the question again.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying,
Sure.
what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
And you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Please seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar
Yeah,
before
I mean, they did a whole
make
voir
any
dire
ruling
on
on
this.
that.
He did not remember exactly what she said, but the only things that he did remember her saying was that there was stress on the marriage because of the financial issues, that Brian hadn't been sentenced, that she was still going back and forth, and the commute and not seeing the children. And now I feel like he's trying to help more. And so now he's trying to say it in a different way, but he never said, he said marital issues. And then the judge said, you can't talk about that. You can't characterize it. You just have to say what it is that she actually said to you, or the sum and substance of the conversation. This reminds me also, we're talking about this ring that they said cost a couple $100,000. Remember the email from Richard Walker that was sent to Cohasset PD, and it was determined that email did not come from Brian, and it had an odd number, that we need this amount of money or you will never see Anna alive again. Was it ever investigated? They eventually found it and or investigated and said it came from Nigeria. There was a follow-up email. It was something like $127,000. I don't know why that number is in my head. Do you guys remember the number from the email from Richard Walker? Was there any proof of him buying this ring? Did he owe somebody money for this ring? Now I have more questions than when we started. Right. And the prosecutor is not supposed to be talking to him while he's under oath and prepping him for testimony. And Kelli Porges should absolutely, it was 128,000. I was close, right? Kelli, we had a deal. The email said something like, we had a deal. Kelli Porges needs to ask if he spoke with the prosecutor during the break, because they're not supposed to be talking to him while he's under oath and in the middle of testimony. Kim says a couple of jurors are almost laughing at how he keeps trying to overspeak and is not following the judge's directions. Thank you, Ms. V, USMC, for your matcha latte. I appreciate you. She says, I enjoy your classes. Legal professionalism. I love your no-nonsense sass even more. Rock Melanie, thank you so much, very much. Scandals bought 3 matcha lattes and says, I'm the viewer who said I didn't know how you put up with so many baseless theories. Please note it was not a criticism of you at all. It was just in response to some of the crazy things that people seem to be pulling out of their rear. I should have put it differently. That's fine. There's a lot of interesting trolls who wait 48 hours to come in here and troll, and you're not one of them. It was an odd number, right? 127K. Blue Lies 77 says, I'm still unsure why the labels and designer and expensive rings need to be a focal point of the trial. Well, I think the Commonwealth is trying to show that one of the reasons that Brian, they're saying that one of the motives for the murder was financial, that he had owed $475,000 in restitution and he needed money. And yet they had all of these expensive items and he's shopping for a Porsche. So did they really have financial problems? Did they have money hidden somewhere? It's all reasonable doubt for the jury. Murderman says, I don't like that he keeps changing his testimony. I feel like now he's trying to help more than he was earlier. Right. Financial issues, but he bought her an expensive ring and he's shopping for a Porsche. Crystal says, and maybe he does love her so much he's in a jail cell.
Let's try that question again.
He's going to be in one anyway.
Yes, sir.
For the fraud.
And I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay.
on the 29th,
Yes.
she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
Can Your Honor move to strike?
She gave me an impression is not
The
good
best of your
testimony.
recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you
that-
have a
that-
recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
Uh,
And I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand. Sure.
jumping
He gave a statement, a 2-hour-long statement to Detective Harrison Schmidt of Cohasset PD that he was not prepped on and did not read before his testimony, and that's the fault of the prosecutor.
in the middle.
Sure.
It's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay.
All right. So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
That's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Your Honor, move
complex.
to strike. Maybe
All right, I'll
you should have
strike the
said that.
end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So just on December 29th.
Yeah.
What did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any
nothing.
recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And Jem is leaving the building. Yeah, the ransom note came back to an IP in Nigeria. That is correct, Melissa. I remember that part. And as he's leaving, he is making he is making a great effort to look directly in
Commonwealth
front
may
of
call
him
its next witness.
and not look at Brian.
The Commonwealth would call MARLENNY RAMDEHAL.
Brian's got his hand over his face. Hard to tell if he has any emotion or not. I can't tell from this.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give?
I just had a little room to scooch. We can discuss after whether you think he was a good witness or not. I thought in the beginning he was good, but I thought it went downhill from there.
You may proceed.
Your Honor, could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, MARLENNY RAMDEHAL.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, MARLENNY, MARLENNY. Last name RAMDEHAL.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts,
Where is your office located?
in time,
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walshe?
Since November of 2021?
And that's when you first met him?
Yes,
And how often did you see him?
approximately once every 60 days
And how did you see him?
at his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh is in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walshe, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities. So things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
That's a lot of latitude. That's a lot of latitude. I was at the grocery store. I was visiting my mother. I was driving the kids to and from school. He really wasn't confined to his home at all, is what I'm hearing. Because he could go shopping. So it really wasn't so much of a punishment, in my opinion. You can go to the doctor, you can go to the church, you can go to temple, you can go to pretty much anywhere you want. Daily necessity, you can go for grooming, you can go get a haircut. That's pretty much like he could do whatever the hell he wanted to, in my opinion. Because she just lists banking, all of it. It's freedom is what it is. It's not home confinement. What a joke. People are saying, yeah, see, and his bracelet, we'll hear what she says about what his ankle bracelet did. Here we go.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
Was he?
Don't email him.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife Anna was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the middle, the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The 4th would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged.
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30. Pick up children 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry.
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
Because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release?
He had to go dump his trash somewhere else every Tuesday, and wherever he had to go to dump his trash. We talked about private sanitation and whether he had it. Takes him a half an hour to do whatever he's got to do and to get his trash out. He's got to take his trash to the dump because he's not paying for private sanitation. This is so interesting. You guys brought that up and we talked about it. And now it's going to be interesting to go back and map everything to see if everything that he did and all of these trips that he made and all the dumpsters that he went to were during the time when he was prearranged to be able to leave the house. Wherever it was that he had to dump his trash between 7:50 and 8:20 every Tuesday was not on his property. So did he violate his house arrest at all? Or did he do all of these errands? Did he do all of these errands? She said that the trash was at nighttime, 7:50 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. And also, can you please explain to me, men in the chat, what man's haircut takes almost 2 hours? He had a pre-scheduled haircut on Wednesday the 11th from 1:30 to 3:15. Interesting. Okay, moving on.
For Monday, January 2nd of 2023.
On Monday, the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children. So 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023 being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
I might have one moment.
You may.
So his mother was having some sort of surgery. I do remember this pre-trial.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you.
She was there on New Year's Day.
Good
people were
afternoon.
saying? I don't
Good
know.
afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said the, Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And there were, to go out to a restaurant, that would have been,
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
so you'd have to go through a court process that take quite a while to go through the federal court process.
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, it has to be decided, it has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day, there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
That was a very interesting witness that we're going to need to unpack a little bit more after this. I mean, after
Commonwealth
maybe
may call its
end
next
of the day.
witness.
Commonwealth will call Anthony McCrimmon.
I found that to be a very interesting witness. Did he do all of his errands during the time periods when he was allowed to leave the house?
Take your time, just watch your step. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Where was the mother on the first? Did he ever have his mother with him in any of the surveillance video? Why did he need such a long period of time to bring his mother home from surgery? It was several hours. Could that show premeditation if the jury's paying attention? I have a lot of questions. It could work. It could show premeditation, right? That he knew he was going to do something on New Year's Eve because on New Year's Day, he requested so many hours away from the home. Okay, see what this witness says.
Sure, yep.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, M-A-C-R-I-N-A.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how, in that time, you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass. So it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes,
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may.
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes,
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
So you can have the thumb drive mark next to the drive?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence says 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering?
Come back to your screen if you want to watch more of surveillance video.
If we could press pause. Mr. McCurdy, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the Home Depot, in Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now,
Yes.
at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Was that Brian? You just walked in the outdoor. So this was the main exit, right?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you close out of that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have,
Okay, well, you're not telling us what we're looking at, so I'm going to rewind it now. Was that him just walking in the outdoor? Hold on. Or is that him at the checkout? See, that looks like him walking in, maybe, but we don't see his face. I see someone over here at the scanner that looks like, no, that guy maybe has a beard. I don't know, it's hard to say. But he looks like he's wearing the same sneakers that we saw the other day.
and Ms. Gilman, could we have pro exit purchasing? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to
His walk is very recognizable, what they're saying.
107 on this. Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
This looks like he's coming up to the checkout with a cart full of items. He's wearing a mask. I'm going to zoom in for you, don't worry. And again, he's having one of the workers help him with his checkout process. He's got a big box. Can't really see what's in it. There's writing on the box, but I'm not sure what it is. Is he wearing gloves? Yes, he's wearing those blue. Well, he's wearing blue gloves that look like maybe they're outdoor gloves this time and not disposable gloves. He's got a black mask on. N95, it looks like to me, not a cloth one. I'm not sure what's in that big box, but I'm sure hopefully we will see a receipt for this purchase. See a whole bunch of orange buckets. Do you see the orange buckets up here in the child seat where the child would sit? There's a lot of orange buckets. I don't remember seeing any orange buckets in the basement. Kim said the same. We remember seeing blue buckets in the basement, but I don't remember seeing orange buckets. Do you? It's hard because when his hands move around, it looks like part of the glove is white and part is blue. That could just be the camera. Or it could be more like that they're winter type gloves with a different color grip. So it's hard to say. That looks like a broom and a dustpan, it looks like. Another broom, I think, that just hit the floor. This cashier has a mask more around her chin than on her face, but he's got what looks like 5 orange Home Depot buckets. And the cashier is scanning the things for him with a handheld scanner. A couple more things. Looks like a pair of work gloves, maybe. A couple smaller items that he's holding out for her to scan while he puts them into the orange buckets. They're stacked together. There's about 5 of them. We don't know what day this is. A lot of people yesterday were saying, why didn't they show the Home Depot video? That looks like a dustpan that he's putting in there, but I'm not sure. Giant bag of baking soda. How do I know? Because I buy baking soda for my pool. Pro tip, baking soda keeps your pool clear and blue. You don't need to buy the expensive chemicals at the pool store. He's got 2 giant bags of baking soda underneath his cart. I think those are 16-pound bags. I know because I buy them from Home Depot too. And I did not need to clean up any sort of scene. He's got more buckets now. A couple more, I think, that were down below. And these buckets, I think, have lids because I think I see the lids. I think I see the lids in the place where a kid would sit in that cart. And some more bags of something. Not sure what. Gotta wait for the receipt on this one. And he's going to pull out his method of payment. Will he use his rewards card? Will he pay cash? Looks like cash because he's handed her something a couple of different times. And it looks like he took off his glove to put it down on the table while he took the money out of his pocket. People are saying, OMG, she's in sealed buckets somewhere. Don't know. Were any orange buckets ever found in the home? They have never said if the mother was there New Year's Eve. In fact, Jem said, thanks, Anna Long, Jem said he was the only one there and that the child did come down, the oldest son, who I think was 6 at the time. And again, here he goes, taking everything out in his giant cart. Stop that for later. Going to all the places with all the best security cameras. People are saying those are disposable gloves that he's wearing. Looks like a push broom, a yellow push broom. Okay, let's keep it going. And he walks right out of the store.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrenna, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
Yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to correspond to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police.
And so then you look up the item number?
Looked up the item number and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes.
You turn this over to the police in January 2023?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you.
Look at poor Larry Tipton's like, oh, man. Oh, man.
Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom?
No, because we want to read the items, so don't do that just yet, Ms. Gilman. I see. Hold on. Scotch, heavy duty. Something, can't read it. 54 yards. Scotch, heavy duty, 54 yards. 10 by 25 clear plastic sheeting, 2-pack. Tyvek with hood, boot, large, extra large. There's the large and there's the large, extra large Tyvek suit. Remember, the other Tyvek suit was a medium. Interesting. Is it tape? Heavy duty 54-yard roll. Okay, moving on.
Those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom?
Oh, Wait, Quickie 24-inch multi-surface cleaner, Quickie bulldozer, super stiff angle. That must be a brush. I think the 24-inch is maybe the push broom. That's $22. Extra large precision angle broom, couple of brooms. And then there's 5-gallon buckets, leak proof with lids. And then, let me see. And then 5-gallon buckets. Another utility knife, soft grip utility knife, red nitrile, dip cut, work gloves, HDX carbon, paint. I don't know, it's hard to read. Couple of big bags of baking soda, some Fiskars, 14-inch, maybe those are the clippers, and a mop bucket.
Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
Arm & Hammer.
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
Why does he sound so
and then,
surprised?
What is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't you tell us the other stuff? You're most surprised about the baking soda?
Any cross.
What about all those orange buckets that nobody found?
The
Hello?
witness may step down.
Thank you.
No cross. Where's Cardi B?
Next witness.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you. Commonwealth, we call Kelli Roy, Paleo Logos.
Okay, I think they're gonna work
The
through
cause now in
lunch
hearing will be the truth, the
today because she did say it would be an early day for the jury.
Also, just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, Kaliroi, last name Pala'iologos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507.
Mhm.
So it's a really large
Yes, sir.
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business
Yes, I do.
and in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023.
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection. It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Come back to your screen if you want to see what he's allegedly putting in the dumpsters. Chatham West.
Your Honor, with the
apartment
court's
building.
permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as a date and time?
January 3rd, 2023,
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
Can see a car pulling in near the dumpster. Hard to tell. It's sort of black and white. You can't really tell what color the car is or whether it's a Volvo. And then it backs up and pulls away.
Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. There's sometimes a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, or Colleen Crawford gets a hold of it. She's on the witness list too, by the way. Notice that it was 5:11 p.m. when the car pulled in, and then it was it now says 5:15:36, and that certainly was not 4.5 hours of video. I mean, 4.5 minutes of video. Let's just watch that again because it's super quick. Now it says 5:12. Jumping, pulling in. There's a male figure, shadowy figure. Looks like it appears and then disappears, kind of like a ghost. And then pulling away. It is now 5:14, 5:15. It's jumpy.
Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. There's sometimes a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Can't see anything.
Cross-exam.
You couldn't see anything. You couldn't see if he.
The witness may.
Your Honor.
Hold on. They're not even going to cross. So let's just watch it again because they went to lunch. Kim told me they went to lunch. No Yuri sighting yet. We're going to even zoom in even further. Okay, let's see.
Well, it can happen with your surveillance sometimes. I know.
I'm going to watch it without sound. Hold on. Stop. Stop. Let's watch it without sound and let's just watch it together. Okay, there's a car pulling in. You can see the headlights are on. There's a car pulling in. Well, it just pulled away. So good for the shadowy figure. Okay. Kind of like an apparition, like a ghost. Okay. Hello. Okay, she's saying that it's accurate. Okay. This is as far in as I can zoom. Here we go. Car pulls in. If this is the driver's side, okay, maybe. And here's somebody just came. Okay, do you see this person appearing and disappearing? We can't tell if he comes out of the driver's side. Yeah, let me play it on slower speed. Thank you. Great idea. We have the ability to do that here. YouTube gives us that ability. Let's do it. Let's do it slow. Because I can't. Okay, here he's pulling in. Allegedly, if it's him. I mean, it looks like the driver's side door opens. Very hard to see. It looks like maybe a light goes on. This is very grainy. It's black and white video. And then all of a sudden, he appears over here on the right-hand side. We didn't see him get out of the car, but we see him maybe walking back to the car. I have no idea. Anyone? Anyone? I got nothing. I got nothing.
Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos?
So funny when you play videos on slow, it sounds like everybody's really drunk. Hold on. I know so many of you are used to listening to videos on double speed, like I do.
Videos, or how is that? Your surveillance?
No
The
cross.
witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am.
Step, okay?
Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all rise. Jurors, leave inputs.
Where's microdots when you need them? We just saw Brian Walsh's face kind of for the first time today. Hard to tell what he's thinking, but the video doesn't prove anything other than that their system is horrible, says Norman. That could be anyone, says Jason. The video is useless. It's the ghost of the Sally Port, says Emily. Emily C says what we're all thinking. Is it also backwards? I don't know. It kind of looked like it was supposed to be the driver's side door open, but who knows? And then we just saw him appear, or whoever. I mean, they're presuming it's him. Appear. You know why? Because they got his location data from his phone that they illegally searched.
Be seated.
KBD
Does anyone
says,
need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Have a good lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
KBD says I saw him open the trunk and then close it. Well, a lot to unpack with regard to his schedule. Oh, that was so funny how the clock just sort of went forward. I'm going to take your pulse and see what you guys are thinking about this. Let's see. They're out on lunch until 2 p.m. Let's put the banner up. Where is it? Streamer is not cooperating today, but why should it? Just another day. Sticky Doll said I didn't see him carrying anything. Very, very interesting. They are at lunch. I do not think they are going to rest today. I think that was misinformation. We will find out. Thank you, Andrea Alexander, for becoming a new member. And Nurse Jones, who's been here for 19 months, says the Commonwealth has not proven anything yet, in my opinion. Ali Weber, thanks for coming in with a $20 super sticker from Canada. We appreciate you so much. Anna Long says, I'm behind. Did they say the mom was there New Year's Eve? Nobody has testified to that yet. Attorney Wannabe says, how is it that Brian Walsh's mom can be in the courtroom? Isn't she on the witness list? I don't know if she got special dispensation to sit in the courtroom. I don't know. I have to go back and look at the witness list again because my quick cursory view of it, I don't remember her name being on there. Does anybody know for sure whether her name is on there? I mean, I think the jury's going to want to hear from her mother, well, from his mother. Jonas, thank you so very much for your Venmo. Says, thanks for covering the Walsh stuff. I appreciate you so much. Kim said earlier, that Jem was liked and the jury felt bad at first. These are her impressions from watching the jurors. But when he got off the stand and walked by them, they eyed him up and down, not in a great way. So I find that to be interesting. Lousy C says, are the prosecutors trying to lose the case? Thanks for your super chat. And thank you, Susan CR, for gifting 5 memberships. As always, you guys are amazingly kind and generous. And to all the new members today, welcome. Welcome. I think you're going to like it here. I'd like to get your thoughts. But I'd also like to get some lunch. So maybe we should come back for thoughts after. And everyone should go take a break and fill up your drinks and make your popcorn. Shopping first degree, guilty. William Fletcher says, in my opinion, the Commonwealth has wasted tax dollars, meaningless DNA, a rambling, lovesick witness, and a grainy closed caption TV that could be anyone. The parole officer said he asked permission to return his mother to her home on the 1st. Yes. Yes, he did. She lives in Swampscott. I don't know how far away that is from that Chatham went from Brockton. Swampscott to Brockton. I have to go through my notes because they're pretty chicken scratches. And we need more likes. We need more likes. We got to get up to we gotta get more likes. There was like 8,000, 9,000 people in here all day. Let's see what it helps the algorithm. Haas long till the Commonwealth proves its case, says a nurse, not a lawyer. Jebby says, I think he probably killed her, but prosecution isn't there yet. YouTube changed killed to liked in previous comment. Sometimes your like auto type spell correct does that. I don't think YouTube did it. Jenna said maybe he thought she would come over for New Year's Eve and she didn't. I remember, well, only because of our pretrial, that the reason, maybe the landlord testified to this too, that the reason the mom signed the lease is because she was going to have surgery and she needed them to care for her, but they were really going to be living in the house. It's about an hour and a half from Brockton to Swampscott, says Eileen. We have so many questions, so many more questions than we had before we began this day. Big Old Dog says, does he need to answer for where the stuff is now if he already pled guilty? No, not unless he takes the stand and is asked about it, but whether that would be more prejudicial than probative would be up to the judge. Gather some thoughts. I'm going to take a quick break. It's 1:15. Let's say we'll come back at like 1:45 to collect our thoughts, but we need more thumbs up to do that because that would be like so nice of you guys to do. And I need to take a break because I was up till 2 a.m. and we had an early day and there's some things I want to check on too. Kay Willis said, I am next to Brockton and according to my computer, it would take 1 hour and 8 minutes to get there. Michelle Pfeiffer, I'll allow it. I heard she's got a new movie out. I heard she's got a new Christmas movie out. Somebody needs to do a timeline. There's so much here. Everybody go fill up your drink, get something to eat. And come on back and we'll talk. Some people are taking a quick nap. I'll allow it. Come on back. See you in half an hour. Okay, we're back. I got absolutely nothing done, so I hope you guys did. I hope you guys got something done. Tell me your your biggest takeaways from today's testimony of Jem Mutlu and the Home Depot video. And that's all we did. Oh no, the probation officer, the federal probation officer. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns. I ordered DoorDash. It's not here yet. I know. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Trial addict says, call me crazy, but I think his mom did it while she was downstairs. While he was downstairs, he had no choice but to get rid of evidence. Want to see his texts and calls with his mother post January 1. We still don't know if she was at the house. Was she in the hospital having surgery? I have so many questions. Because we do know from the testimony of his federal probation officer that he asked for consent anytime he wanted to go outside, deviate outside of his normal home confinement schedule. He had to ask for permission a week in advance. Like every Friday, I think he said he would send her or she said he would send her an email. And so we do know that he had automatic permission to leave the house between 8 and 10:30 in the morning from Monday to Friday to take the kids to school, that he had a standing standing order that he could leave between 3:45 and 6:15 p.m. Monday to Friday to pick the kids up at school, and that on Wednesday the 11th, he had put in for a haircut appointment between 1:30 and 3:15. That was on January 6th. January 6th when he met with her, which was while she was still allegedly missing, after he had spoken to the police a couple of times, and he's thinking about a haircut the next Wednesday, the 11th. And then he needed an appointment on the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 12:30 to 3:15. Probate attorney, meaning probate attorney for his father's estate? I'm really confused. He had to send weekly emails with his schedule every week. He did not have permission to leave the state ever, and he was not allowed to go out for dinner. That was not, a restaurant would not be something that he would be able to ask permission for, because as Larry Tipton pointed out on cross, it would probably be denied. So the fact that he made a reservation for New Year's Day, remember, for the noodle bar, but then also had asked for permission on New Year's Day to leave to take his mom home for a very long period of time. Between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. to return his mother home post-surgery. I don't remember what time the reservation was for the noodle bar, but it was probably before 9 p.m. So that would have been encompassed with taking his mother home to Swampscott, which you guys are telling me is like an hour. His mother had cataract surgery. And we know he did a bunch of other stuff on January 1st, New Year's Day, that fell in between the time period of 3 to 9. Many of his trips to the stores. We also knew that he had a standing reservation to leave the home every Tuesday between 7:50 p.m. and 8:20 p.m. to take out the trash. Yeah. DoorDash came. Thank you. Thank you. And we do know that he had to leave for a lot of reasons. All his essential necessities, there were a million. Banking, haircuts, grocery shoppings. She met with him January 6th in person. And he told her that he had law enforcement contact on January 5th and that Anna was missing. We also know, I think, was it every Wednesday that he got to go grocery shopping? Between 11 and 1:30. He was pretty much out for most of the day on Wednesdays because he got to go take the kids to and from school between 8 and 10:30. Then between 11 and 1:30, he could go grocery shopping. And then again, he's going back to pick up the kids from 3:15 to 6:45. So what the hell kind of home confinement is this? He's really not confined to his home at all. And I want to know where the orange buckets are because I don't remember seeing any orange buckets in the home. Does anybody else remember? I'm still back to the ring and the big ring and how much it was, where he got it. Did he pawn it? More questions than answers right now. I'm a little bit behind. What? How did that? Okay. More questions than answers. Thanks, trial addict. Well, they did extract Brian's whole entire phone, but remember he said it was missing for a while. And they haven't brought up any text between Brian and his mom. They have his total phone extraction. So if they had him, don't you think they would have brought him up? I don't know. Renee, thank you so much for your super sticker. Scott Corey has been here for 15 months and he said her just disappearing is better than a funeral. Thank you, Scott. Norman said, how did they find all the stuff he tossed away but never found one part of any remains? It's not hard to donate a pint of blood from yourself to stage a crime scene. Sounds nuts, just asking. The reason that they found all that stuff is because they downloaded his phone and they got his location data. And then they went around to all the places that he was on those days and he looked for surveillance video. And that's how they got their surveillance video. But my opinion is it may be overturned on appeal because it was an illegal search. We've talked about that several times. There was consent. He gave over his phone with consent. He's either the dumbest criminal in the world or he's staging this whole thing, right? Which is what Norman and a lot of other people seem to think. He's a liar, right? So why wouldn't he lie about disposing of her body? I don't know. But all it takes is one juror to think that, right? We know now that he bought 2 Tyvek suits, one size medium and one size extra large. Where's the medium? Did he have help? Did he put Anna in it? And the DNA that was talked about yesterday on that Tyvek suit, which Tyvek suit was it? The one that was extra large, or the one that was medium? Oh, I got a bagel with cream cheese and cucumber salad on top, and it's delicious. And you should try it sometime. In fact, the bagel store that I go to is like, wow, you and only one other woman in the entire town order that. And it sounds really good. And I'm like, it is really good. We have amazing bagels here and amazing bagel stores here. I have so many questions. Her name is Anna. Yes. Her name is Anna. You're right. Emma Osland. Just saying what Alicia says, you're the best, Mel. Nowhere else I'd rather be. Oh, thanks. You're the best. Thanks for being here for 3 months. And Angie M says, love spending my days with you during trials, Melanie. You make working through the pain at physical therapy so much easier. Well, I'm sending you all the healing vibes. It can be painful, physical therapy, but sometimes it's necessary. Pamela Campbell says, any thoughts on where he put the body? He did confess. I don't know, but I'm seeing a lot of buckets with lids on them. I've also been told that there's water nearby, like a body of water near where they lived. I really can't speculate because right now, if he's such a liar and a con man, did he lie about even disposing of her body? I don't know. I got too many things swishing around in my brain. I had a very late night last night, so I need to put it all on some sort of cohesive order. But you guys can tell me what you think. Those orange buckets have never been found. And the dumpster that, if that was even him, dumping something in the dumpster at the Abington Apartments and at the other apartments, those dumpsters were never recovered, right? Where did they go? Where did the contents of those dumpsters go? Were they incinerated? I don't know. We haven't heard any. Have we heard any testimony about that from any law enforcement? Whether they went and looked for the contents of those dumpsters? Thank you, Sandy. Says, love being here for a trial with Melanie. Thank you so very much. Pierre pointing out something I didn't even think of. The other reason for Brian to not be panicked about her whereabouts, right, when we saw him in all the surveillance video, is if he knew she was safe somewhere, but he also admitted to conveying her body away. Right. But he's a con man and a liar, right? So that's another good point. Will the defense bring that up? Will the defense even put on a case? I don't think this is as much of a slam dunk guilty as a lot of the mainstream media is trying to make it out to be, in my opinion. Because if we have all of these questions, I think the jury might have all of these questions too. But they're not supposed to be guessing. Right. Thank you, Need Some Z's. There should be zero speculation by the jury, only what the Commonwealth can prove. Right. They shouldn't be back there trying to figure out how it happened. Just like I said in the Karen Reed case, they shouldn't be back there trying to figure out who killed John O'Keefe, if not Karen, if she wasn't hit by car. No, they're just supposed to figure out, based on the proof and the evidence presented to them, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Brian Walshe murdered his wife in the first degree. And this came up earlier, so I wanted to correct this as well. Sill says, could the private detective he hired also be a witness to premeditated as he suspected she was cheating? There's no evidence that Brian Walshe ever hired a private investigator. The pretrial spin was that Brian Walsh's mother hired a private investigator, but nothing has been presented to the jury with regard to that. Unless I missed it, but I've been here the whole time with you. So there was never any evidence, even in pretrial, that Brian Walshe hired the detective. It was that his mother did, because his mother maybe thought Anna was cheating. And in the pretrial motion discussions, we heard some of the attorneys saying that, the testimony could be that the private detective was told by Brian's mother, don't tell Brian I hired you. Melissa said, I went through all the video testimony, creating a chart with everything in order, dates, timestamps, description, all items purchased, etc. Very detailed, some eye-opening. Want me to put it in readable form and send it to you? Oh, thank you. That would be lovely. My email is below in the show notes. It's fanbase@mlittlelaw.com, fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. It is the only place that I receive email for everything YouTube related. So thank you very, very, very much. Thank you, Melissa P. That would be so helpful. And also thank you for your 20. Kiki says, did Brian Walshe admit that he found Anna and moved her? In openings, we heard that Brian says that he found Anna dead in bed, that he nudged her once, nothing happened. He nudged her twice, nothing happened. He nudged her the third time and she rolled off the bed. It was then that we learned in opening that he found out that she died a sudden death. He has pled guilty to illegally conveying away his body. And by that, it means it was not released to a funeral home. It was not released to a morgue. It was not released to a crematorium. And that is against the law in the state of Massachusetts. There are some states like New Mexico where I am told that bodies can be released to families. I don't know if it has to be a Native American tribal thing. I'm not really sure if it has to be on a certain kind of land. I'm not really sure, but laws differ from state to state, and that is illegal in New York. So he did plead guilty. In Massachusetts, that is what he did plead guilty to. He did not plead guilty to dismembering. That is a misconception that is out there. Thank you, Kiki. But he hasn't taken the stand. And I don't know that the jury's going to learn about his guilty plea. There's a motion out there about that, and we have not heard them argue it yet. The judge did say that the day would be an earlier day, an earlier dismissal today for the jury. And so maybe they're going to argue that motion today. I'm not sure. Shan Pickle says a dead body doesn't roll off a bed. And MBW 007 said it is Native Americans, they can choose. Okay, so it depends on the state though, right? Johnny says he no doubt kept the ring and would have kept the Porsche. I don't think he ever did buy the Porsche, Johnny, though, did he? Thanks for the follow. D'Artagnan said he hadn't been sentenced yet, but may have enemies of people that he scammed. Him going to prison, they could have staged her death so no one would come after her while she's in jail. While he's in jail. Maybe the jury's thinking that too. You guys are bringing up a lot of good points. And then Miss T. Jules says, Anna is clearly dead. Anything else is nonsense. Norman, this is excellent. Did they ever check the GPS in the car Walsh was driving? It most likely had some kind of GPS in it. Actually, he testified his car did not have GPS in it. He didn't know how to work it. And that's the reason he got lost going to his mother's in Swampscott, because he didn't have his phone. He lost his phone. He didn't have GPS. He didn't know how to work the GPS in his car. But interestingly, Michael Proctor did obtain search warrants and actually got permission to install a GPS tracker on that car. So I don't know why they haven't called anybody yet about that. But the issue that there is also that in the probable cause affidavit that Michael Proctor wrote to obtain search warrants for the vehicle, both vehicles, because there was a vehicle also of Anna's mother that was there. And I think the nanny's vehicle. His probable cause affidavit is filled with what could be deemed illegal searches and outside the scope searches as such fruits of the poisonous tree. So that's a great question. They haven't answered that. But again, maybe the jury's thinking that, like, well, why didn't they look at the GPS in his car? How did they find out where he went? Attorney Wannabe said, we talked about this on his, Brian's mom being in the courtroom. Alicia says, I don't know. Dismemberment's so messy. Thanks for being here for 12 months, right? Would there be a lot more physical evidence, forensic evidence? I don't know. I mean, they showed that room in the basement that kind of looked like something out of Dexter. And he was buying all these plastic tarps, plastic sheeting. And remember, there was plastic sheeting. One of the witnesses said, I forget which one, said that he saw plastic sheeting in the back of the Volvo, like in the, hatchback area. And he didn't collect it. And he didn't really think anything of it. And then the next day when he went there, the plastic sheeting in the back of the Volvo was gone. I don't know. So many questions, more questions than answers. No, his GPS bracelet does not have location data. Does not. It only tracks the time he comes in the house and leaves the house. Another great question. I don't think the probation office, the federal probation officer was asked that. Was she? Cheryl says, I'm looking for orange buckets. I want to know where those orange buckets are. Thanks for your 10, Cheryl. There are people who think Anna is in Serbia. I see it in the chat. M. Cater, 5150. Dr. Brian wants to know, is this nefarious staging for another nefarious act? Did they check the serial numbers on the garbage bags, then trace them to the store and house? Marilyn wants to know. No, I don't believe they did that. But remember, Proctor was the lead investigator. And so Commonwealth has not chosen to call him. Have they called one MSP?
You are unmuted.
What's the session?
Back. Make sure we're on real time. We are.
So that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
No, the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury.
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here comes
Yes,
the jury. They're going to show a photo of something, and something's going to be blurred out. Who's laughing? This is not a laughing matter. They're laughing in the hallway and we can hear it. I don't know if there's a child in the picture. It could be somebody else in the picture. We'll see.
Please be seated. Clerk's now in session. Turn off your cell phones.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi.
Christopher Bernasconi.
Sir, if you just call me, please. Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank
Please,
you.
right this way. So maybe just take your time. Just watch your step. You're gonna have a seat. Just pull that one close. Well, get the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
These companies must be a good place to work.
The drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have the drive of January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx videos from Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1423 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
This must be when.
Published Exhibit 263.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player?
This is the day he was taking one of his sons around on.
And Mr.
errands.
Berlusconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes,
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play.
We're doing this again because it's another video from a different time and day with the child involved. Try to focus. I know your name is Struggle to Focus, but try. A lot of shopping. Oh, he has another list. Hold on a minute. He doesn't have his child with him, but he's got another list with him. Hold on. See him walking in with his list. Maybe it's someone else's child that they blurred. I'm not sure, but he's got another list.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue?
And no kid.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is
I just saw him walk by. I'm gonna take it back a second. Watch the right-hand side of your screen. He looks right at the camera, someone said. I'll zoom in for us. So watch the right-hand side of the screen.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
this is the public view monitor in
There he is.
the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
Oh, now he's gonna come in the checkout line. See if he primps it all. What's he buying?
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for register 4?
This is a very clear camera shot.
Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, register 4, I believe.
It looks like slacks and a belt. Got that ugly members only jacket on again. Does he have more store credit, or is he going to pay with a different method this time? Looking around, hands behind his back. Just looking around. Don't look suspicious. Don't look suspicious. Oh, it's the cashier's face that's blurred out. Maybe she's under 18. Coughed. He coughed and covered his mouth with the back of his hand. Not wearing a mask or gloves this time, though. Hands crossed, arms crossed in front of his chest. Touching his face. Looking at his fingernails. Up. Did you see him check his fingernails? What's he looking for? Hold on. Come back. Look at that. checking his fingernails. Remember that interview that we watched from a reporter who said he talked to a bunch of his friends, and one of his friends said, I don't believe that Brian would ever do something that would cause his fingernails to get dirty. Finger to the nose, checking his fingernails. Upon closer inspection, the fingernails of his right hand, and then he puts his hands behind his back. To hide them from the camera? I don't know. Could be overthinking. Is he wearing a Band-Aid on that finger? I don't know. But he tapping a credit card or some kind of store credit. And then he has to hand something to the cashier. And she's typing some stuff into the computer. Trish says, the more I watch these videos, the more of a setup they seem. And he's swiping his card. And then he's handing it to her. I'm not sure why his card's not working. So fidgety, says Darling Donna, or Darling Dana. And he's like joking with the cashier. Is he like smiling and joking with the cashier? Put something in his pocket. This is an awfully long transaction to buy a pair of slacks and a belt. Which is what I think it is. She had to look something up in a binder, or she's putting a binder in the bag. Did he just look at the camera? Hold on. Look again. Watch. Here he goes. Did he look up at the camera? No. Maybe he just looked up and said goodbye.
And you're on, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ MAXX for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
I need to know.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Those who think Brian is being set up are delusional. I don't
Mr.
think people think he was
Berlusconi,
set up.
what is the address for this store?
Hold on.
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom?
All right, wait a second.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom?
All right, we have a pair of black DH black PVS, not sure. Straight denim, something. Alec straight denim, tan amigo tan, stripe 3-pack of men's dress socks. He's buying himself a new outfit. London Icons 3-pack men's dress socks. Eggplant long sleeve quarter zip in box. Buying himself some clothing.
Right there.
I saw a belt in there.
Sir,
too.
how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular
More credit?
transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may? What was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions. Your Honor.
No cross. Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
And was this around the same time that he was calling on the 4th? Tishman Spire and calling Jem Mutlu and saying that she's missing and he's shopping for clothes? It was the date, January 4th.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call ALISSA KIRBY.
Okay, this finally we're going to get somewhere. This is Anna's friend, Alyssa. I've been waiting for this testimony. We have room to scooch.
For affirmed testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tight.
Okay,
You may proceed.
thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, ALISSA KIRBY, ALISSA KIRB as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walshe?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to DC, we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
Oh.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so, because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe, I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
Um, that day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walshe that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walshe that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, you know, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, you know, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walshe?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about
I think some people in chat have lost the plot about how scary it is to get on a witness stand, because we watch trials all the time, and to us it's just normal. You just get up on the witness stand, you swear to tell the whole truth, and you just get up there and you just do it. It is very traumatic for most people to have to get up in front of a worldwide audience, swear to tell the truth, know that you're going to be on camera, that people are going to say mean things about you. And if one more person puts another comment about her looks, and you're just getting banned for life. We don't tolerate that here. We don't do that here. It is terrifying. Her friend is gone. She misses her deeply, and it's very emotional. And this is the high profile case. And that is the way that normal people respond to being on a witness stand, talking about their friend who is gone. And it's hard to recall things, and it's hard to recount things, and it's scary. I don't think there's anything unusual about the way that she's behaving right now. Let's get it together and be nice. I want to take it back because somebody said that there's proof that she knew that Brian knew of the affair? Did I miss that part? Have some grace. Thank you. Thank you for saying that. I'm going to just take it back a little bit because did she say something about Brian knowing about the affair? Because I must have missed it. Anna was very mad that Brian called her. Okay. And remember, this was Christmas Day. And when people are saying, well, that's so ridiculous that he didn't report her missing, she must have read him the riot act, Anna did, after he called looking for her on Christmas Day. She was really mad about it. She lost her sister. Yeah, she was like a sister to her. So I'm going to take it back to the beginning of her testimony. I'm just going to remind everyone to try and be nice in the chat because it distracts me and then I lose my place. So this was Christmas Day. How did you know of Will Fastow? Okay, here we go.
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess just her interest.
And what did she tell you about?
I don't know that she even told Alyssa that she was maybe having sexy time with Fastow. Brian did. So she said Anna told her that Anna told Brian that she had a crush on Fastow, not that they were having an affair. That is very, 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 very different. So that's why we have to pay close attention. She told Alyssa about her connection with Fastow, what she wanted to have happen with them, and that she had a crush on him. Until I hear more, she doesn't know that they're maybe having the sexy time. Hold on.
Telling Brian Walshe about this crush on Will Fastow.
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
He knew about a crush. And we heard that in opening. We heard Larry Tipton say that in opening. Because we also heard Kelli Porges Gorgeous say to Jem Mutlu, isn't it true that Anna told you she had a crush on you? Anna might have had crushes on a lot of people. They might have had an open relationship. In fact, somebody pointed out to me that Larry Tipton hinted at an open relationship in his opening. So she says that Anna told Brian that she had a crush. Let's keep listening.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walshe on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
Christmas Day, he can't get in touch with her. We saw the text messages. He's like, where are you? Where are you? She is with Fastow, right? She then winds up driving from DC to Cohasset, even though we know that she had a 6:30 p.m. flight booked on Christmas Day. So she lived around the corner, so she went over there, and what happened next?
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
There you go.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later it was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
Worried.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walshe that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walshe that day?
This is Christmas
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
Right,
And
she
what was
driving.
her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
Very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Sustained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask an next
There was already
question.
some strife. She didn't testify about any
Certainly.
strife.
So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walshe?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
Okay, karaoke.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She had really hit a breaking point. And we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her.
I know it's not live, David Gregory. Thank you so much for your commentary, but we rewound it so that we could understand whether or not this witness testified that an affair, that Brian was told that Anna was having an affair. This witness didn't even know that they were having an affair. She knew she had a crush on him.
When did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
Hold on.
30th, because she said
Back a little bit.
November 29th.
There's some pictures from when they went out. I want to know what they talked about on the 29th.
Felt like his mom never...
No.
All right, here's what they talked about. Hold on. I went to sidebar about something. It always seems to skip forward at the same exact time every single day. It's 2:40 right now. So for posterity, let's just try and remember that.
She
together.
We stop, we comment. That's what we do. Hang on. That's going to give me the twirly screen of death.
Let's see, to connect. Show.
She was open with Brian about her crush on Will, and that
All right, got to go back to where we left off.
To exhibit 263.
Come on, man.
And yeah, we were upset that Brian would have called me.
Okay, we heard
That was across from where we were. And she was just really upset. Yeah, we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Okay.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
Sorry, Var.
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought that the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, Anna's statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant, which she had said to Brian Walshe about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
She wanted to keep the family together. She wanted the whole family to be together, including Brian. That is what her best friend, who was like a sister to her, that's what she told her. Anna wasn't planning on leaving Brian. She wanted Brian to come down to DC. Both things can be true. She was cheating on him, and she also wanted to be with him. Both things can be true, right? I submit that to you. Because that's what she's telling this witness, unless Anna is also a liar and Anna was lying to this witness. Again, there's so much here that it is not as easy as meets the eye, right? Keep listening. Anna wanted them to be together. She wanted Brian to take responsibility so that he could leave DC, and he could leave Cohasset and they could all live together in DC. That's what she's telling this witness, who's like a sister. Maybe that's not what she told, Fastow. It was Fastow who wanted the 5-year plan, right? Let's keep going.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time. And admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
There you go.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
Oh. See, there you go.
What, if anything, did she tell you?
Multiple things can be true. I'm not going to judge a deceased woman's choices. Multiple things can be true. She can want him to take responsibility, go away for a year, and then want to be with him after. And this is what Anna is telling this witness, and it is offered to show Anna's state of mind. There you go.
About having established a separate household.
Oh, that she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
It's called protecting your assets. It's called protecting your assets from forfeiture and seizure and restitution. And they were smart. Maybe. But it doesn't seem like she told her sister, the girl who was like her sister, that she wanted to leave him. Interesting. Her testimony is a lot different than what I thought it was going to be. A lot different than what I thought it was going to be. What do you think?
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walshe?
She told me that, you know, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit. And that, yeah, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Okay. Kim, who's in the courtroom, says the mom, Brian's mom, is shaking her head no and laughing when the witness speaks about her. Okay, let's see. After sidebar, what happens?
What did she tell conversation? Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her and that it was scary.
Brian's mom didn't like her.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think. Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Oh. Is it giving third party culprit, or is it giving Brian told Anna that his mother went to a psychic and thought she was having an affair and he was really just trying to get it out of her, whether she was having an affair? I don't know. So, yeah, the psychics will often tell you stuff like that just to keep dealing with you. Remember that Lady Zelda, our friend, was an operator, a psychic on the Psychic Friends Network back in the 90s and 80s. And people used to call up and talk to psychics. She was one of them. They will keep you on the hook.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you.
She said Anna told her that Brian's mom wanted her out of the picture. Did she ever speak with Miss Cleo? I don't know. No, I love Zelda. What are you talking about? Zelda used to absolutely answer phones for the Psychic Friends Network. Zelda's awesome. I love Zelda. I don't know. Who doesn't love
Ms.
Lady
Kirby,
Zelda?
do you recognize that picture?
Well, start rumors.
Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Never wanted her in the picture?
Picture of me and Anna.
Oh,
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th?
Where are the captions all?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can
Look at it.
Did you see Anna Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walshe on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walshe?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor,
Second.
I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
Why would Brian be texting her on the 2nd? Because he didn't report her missing to anybody until the 4th, right? Hold on.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay. Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish Exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?
And how did you respond to that?
I said, hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work.
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, you're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon.
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, thank you. Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, did you ever hear back?
And then what happened?
And then he said, no, they're looking for work now. And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
You're allowed to object at this point.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
Oh, after the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine. That's
Okay.
all. And then what did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach sidebar? Yes.
When was this call with Brian and his mother?
I think-
Hold on.
What was
Did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day
Just
on the
remember
phone.
what day it was, but Brian's mother was on the phone with him?
who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Brian and his mother called her.
Well, his mother was pretty combative. I think she sounded...
You approach sidebar? Yes.
Wow. Why did Brian and his mother call ALISSA? She also said she was really, 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 really sick. Does that open some reasonable doubt for maybe Anna was sick as well, being that they spent 6 hours together on the 29th? We have a little room to scooch here. Can't really see Brian's face anyway, just the side of his face, and putting his hands or his fists, laying his face into his fists, bent arms. He's trying to, I think, deliberately not get seen on camera. Maybe, in my opinion. And Brian's mom was combative. Sidebar over, and we're back.
Going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna swap out one.
I'm not hearing anything from this witness about Anna being afraid of Brian. In fact,
Yes.
she says Brian thought it was hilarious also. Yeah, my mother saw a psychic and she thinks you're having an affair, that they kind of joked about it.
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket.
Kim says the jurors
And
are all
AJ.
taking notes and engaged. Very credible, genuine witness, Alyssa.
Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And if the jury is watching Brian Walsh's mother, that's not a good thing for her, because Kim says that that Brian Walsh's mother was shaking her head no and laughing when the witness spoke about her, and that his mom actually looked at the screen for the picture and the text message for the first time ever. And then we're a little behind, so I'll read you the next thing after.
You may.
Okay, so they're going to show us something on the screen. This is when Brian's mom looked at the screen for this. Her face is blurred out, but maybe it's to show the jacket. Okay, just show the jacket. That was the jacket that was found in the dumpster or in with the garbage.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you.
Okay, here comes Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Speyer?
Yes.
And obviously, you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay.
Okay.
And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just ask me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas, and so that worried me, so I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that
She thought Anna would already be home for Christmas. Anna wasn't telling Alyssa everything.
you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone.
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, you know, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday and that he worried you. You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open and that he wasn't jealous.
Open? Like
And
how
not
open?
only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during the time you were friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate.
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Maybe she was sick.
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, you know, she was doing on. She just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier, falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Setting the stage for unexpected sudden death. Setting the stage. She wasn't feeling well. This witness is now turning into a very good witness for the defense. And I also find Kelli Porges to be very gentle with this witness. Somebody said she seemed patronizing or something like that, but I find her to just be gentle. And I like it. And we also, moving on.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes, okay.
I'll apologize. And she told you that she said to Brian, you know, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was what, because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way and just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant
Okay.
jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together.
Mm-hmm.
And that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor. She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
She already testified that she said that.
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think. All right.
She wanted her family together. I don't know.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him. And that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And
is that new?
Yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to
Again,
I think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you
That's
think.
new.
Okay.
Or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay.
This is totally new. That
And
she was
on
falling out of
December
love with Brian?
29th of 2022, how did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
I mean, that was all new at the end, that she told Brian that she was falling out of love with
Counsel at
him.
the side of the bench.
That was damning. All right. I know. I think she said they were going to end early today. We're a little bit behind. We have room to move. Let's see. Scooch. She was overwhelmed. She's the one working. She's the one making all the money. She doesn't know what's going to happen with him. But she did say several times that she wanted them to be together.
Another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. Stipulation regarding federal prosecution of Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walshe pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walshe was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walshe had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walshe was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
Commonwealth
Thank
rests. Huh.
With
Wow.
that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth.
You're arrested.
The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before you leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a
We
good
need
night.
another poll.
For is exiting all right, first please leave your notebooks in the chair.
Okay, I was wrong and everybody else was right because I thought yesterday the judge said we will end early tomorrow, meaning that we don't have enough witnesses to fill the whole day. Not that the Commonwealth was going to be resting, but they did indeed rest. And here we are. And many of you are saying, did they even prove murder? So now that the Commonwealth's case is in, they didn't bring the nanny in. Now we got to do another poll because yesterday you guys were evenly split, like a third, a third, a third. Not sure. Guilty of murder, 1, not guilty. So hang on while I put a poll in. Don't go anywhere because I'm really curious about your thoughts.
Be seated.
Oh, I have to put this on pause for a minute while I do the poll because that's the way it goes. So just hang on for 1 second. Start a poll. What should we say? How is the jury going to vote or how would you vote? So it's either really, it's got to be, how would you vote? Okay. What has the Commonwealth? How would you vote? Commonwealth rested. So these are your choices. Guilty of first-degree murder, because right now that's all that's on the table. Not guilty. Of first-degree murder. Or would you just, that's it. Guilty or not guilty. That's it. That's all you can get. I'm going to start it right now. Have they shown to you beyond a reasonable doubt? Have they proven to you that Brian Walshe, I just put it up just now. Did it hit? Is it up now? Should be up. That Brian Walshe, she was the last witness, murdered his wife with premeditation beyond a moral certainty. I'm going to have to read the exact charge again. Here you go. See what the judge has to say next. That is it. Commonwealth has arrested. And the jury has been dismissed.
First, we probably need to discuss, defendant would move for required finding and not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And,
This is the defense motion for a directed verdict or a required finding of not guilty.
Give me a second to read your pleading.
If you're ahead in the stream, please, no spoilers, please. I'm truly, truly shocked that they've arrested. We have a little tiny room to
All right,
speak here.
I'll hear from you.
For the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walshe ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walshe was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walshe was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walshe did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. In fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walshe reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walshe. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walshe, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December. where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in Thanksgiving, over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in DC. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was no, he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to DC, the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walshe were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in DC. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury, and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
That's not
I
uncommon.
understand.
It's rarely, if ever, granted. Please vote in the poll. I'm really curious about how you think. We have almost 8,000 people watching. And right now,
You indicated to me at the side of the bench, there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
right now we have only 2,100 votes. So
Can we go to
vote.
the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
How would
Yes,
you
you may.
vote? Guilty of first degree, not guilty of first degree. 74% of you say not guilty. I'm shocked. 74% of you say not guilty right now. I bet you if you go on Law and Crime or Court TV, the poll is very, very different. But you have all kept an open mind, and we've been discussing the evidence as it comes in. And I applaud you for paying attention and for being interested and for not, not assuming that because he's in that chair, he must be guilty. And for holding the Commonwealth to their burden of proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt, because I don't see it yet. I don't see it. He made a lot of stupid Google searches. He's on video buying all of that stuff, but we know that he admitted to disposing of her body in some fashion. We don't know where or how. People are saying logically he would have called 911. He's also a con man. So when he pled guilty to disposing of her body, is that also a lie? I mean, there are people in the chat who swear that they believe that she's somewhere alive. I don't know. And that's the way 12 people who eventually sit on this jury may be discussing it in the jury room, the same way that you are all discussing it in the chat. The jury may have seen the mother's reactions, and they may think, maybe he's covering for her. I don't know. I think now we're on real time. There are so many witnesses I wanted to hear from that they did not call. They did not call the nanny. They did not call Yuri Buchanan. They did not call John Fanning. I think there's holes in their testimony, in their case. Just because he seems unlikable and he's a con man and he's a convicted felon, because now he's been sentenced and it's federal charges, that was a stip. They stipped to all that. Doesn't make him a murderer. And we heard ALISSA testify that Anna wanted them all to be together. She wanted him to take responsibility to go to jail for a year and they could all be together in DC. This is the woman who ALISSA thought was like a sister to her. Yeah, the defense could call Yuri. The defense could call Proctor. The defense could just not put in a case at all. But if we're just sitting here trying to figure out what could have happened, and that's not what the jury's supposed to do. They're not just supposed to be thinking about alternate theories, but aren't all of those things reasonable doubt? If the jury's back there going, well, I don't know, maybe his mother did it and he just covered it up afterwards. Oh, I don't know. Maybe she's still alive somewhere and they needed money, so they just did it together. It was a long con, and they did it together so he would get the insurance proceeds and pay off his restitution. And aren't all of those things reasonable doubt? Right now they're talking about evidentiary things, so we will see. What the gift cards? Yeah, wild. But have they shown you beyond a reasonable doubt that he murdered her? They did not have one expert. They did not have anybody testify about a cause of death. And obviously they can't because there's no body. There was no autopsy. They have not found one piece of her body. They have found some DNA, which they admitted could have been transferred DNA from being in the dumpster or in the compactor from other items that were in the same trash bag. They found some alleged DNA of Anna on a few items, very few, remember? The handle, the hacksaw, the hatchet, and one of the Tyvek suits, but I don't remember if it was the medium or the extra large, because we remember we now know from today that he bought 2 Tyvek suits. We also know ALISSA didn't know about the affair with William Fastow, that Anna told her that she told Brian that she had a crush on William Fastow. And then we heard some story about a psychic, that Anna told ALISSA that Brian's told her that his mom went to a psychic and the psychic said she thought he was cheating on her. And he said it was crazy. We also know from Kim, who's in the courtroom, she told me that ALISSA, when she left the courtroom, lost it crying when leaving out the courtroom doors, and that Brian's mom put glasses on to stare her down when she walked out. And if the jury saw that, is that reasonable doubt? The prosecutor said she was in excellent health because she went to an exercise class and she did bar method. Her best friend didn't even know that she was sleeping with William Fasto. I mean, what? Give my head a shake. Oh yeah, there's a little piece of hair sticking out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Always looking out for me, you guys. Like if I had toilet paper on my foot coming out of the ladies' room, would you tell me? Or did you ever? Oh my God, did you ever do this? This is so horrific. Come out of like a ladies' room in a public place and you've like got tights on or something, and you tuck the back of your shirt or something into your tights. It's so embarrassing. A nice person will tell you about that. Will tell you. Even a stranger, I always tell people. Because that is the worst. Right. People are going to say, maybe she's alive. Maybe she's kidnapped. Maybe the mom did it. The jury deserves to know his guilty pleas. That they're going to have to talk about that as
All
well.
right.
There's a motion pending on that.
So I think we all have our tasks for the evening.
Our tasks.
And I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything?
Wait,
All
what
right.
are
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
what are our tasks? What time did she tell the jury to come back? It's 3:36. Is Anna in Ireland? Is Anna in Serbia? I have so many questions. We're here. We're done. I have lipstick on my teeth. I don't even have lipstick on. Oh, you mean you would tell somebody that if they did? Yeah, my lipstick is long gone today. I have so many questions. Please vote in the poll. Let's see what we have so far. So far, we have over 2,700 votes, but we have so many more people here. We have almost 8,000 people here. So please vote. Please vote. Please come to your screen and just vote, because I really, really, really want to know what you think. Whether the Commonwealth has proven its case. I'm really in shock that they rested today. I really thought there could be no way that they rested today, because there's so much more that we want to know. Right. So her friend didn't know about the affair. So Anna was lying to her friend about her relationship with Fastow. So was Anna lying about other stuff too? I have so many questions. Shoot has said, thanks for your 5. Does the statute regarding removal of a body infer it's only conveying a dead body? Yes, it does. Because then you say she could be alive and he conveyed her to a safe place. That would be something else, kidnapping, something else. Thank you so much for tuning in from across the pond. Thank you from Mo. Thank you, Mo, for your $10 super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Pastor Prime says he admitted disposing of her remains. Why would he not have told the police where? Well, quid pro quo. He pled guilty to that, but it was not a plea deal. It was a straight up guilty plea. It's not required to tell them anything. Sometimes they will offer you a lesser sentence if you say where the body is or something such as like that. But again, it just keeps coming to me that if he's such a con man, maybe he lied about that too. I don't know. They're coming in at 9 a.m. All right, so we're going to come back at 9 a.m. And there may be some motions I need to get my hands on that I haven't been able to see yet in PDF form. If anybody has them, please send them to me, because I have them in JPEG form and they're just too hard to deal with. Norman says, Melanie, from my understanding, Volvo on-call service, the car if it had GPS, always gives satellite updates where the car is. There is actually an app that Volvo owners can use. Well, there you go. I don't know what year Volvo that was, Norman, but thank you for that info. Did did MSP do any investigation into that? They did more investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe in the few days before they arrested Brian Walshe for first-degree murder than they did into the entire murder investigation of Boston police officer John O'Keefe. I just can't point that out enough. Alicia said, I think the corn search gives us more insight than we thought. I don't know. I saw something that Dr. Phil said about that. Somebody sent me a clip of Dr. Phil actually talking about Brian Walshe. But they didn't have an expert talk about that. They didn't have Dr. Phil come in and talk about that. That testimony, as I recall, was like nobody even clicked on the videos, right? Garino was like, I don't watch Pornhub. I don't watch Cornhub. Like they weren't even curious enough. They had no intellectual curiosity to even click on it and see what that video was about. But some jurors might feel that. Thanks, Alicia. Charles said the diamond ring would become a personal asset. Thank you, Charles. We don't know if it was real. We don't know if it was fake. We don't know if they were lying. We don't know if they were lying to Jem, that the gem was not authentic. And maybe they were lying to Jem that it cost a couple $100,000. But, you know, again, now I'm thinking of Richard Walker and that email and the $128,000 ransom. I don't know. I can't. There's no way right now that I could vote 100% guilty, lock him up for life, because I have so many doubts about what happened here. Sky, thank you so much for becoming a member. And Lawsy C says, who cares if Anna was lying or having an affair? She didn't deserve to be murdered and be chopped up. Geez, who are the people in this chat tonight? There are a lot of people. I mean, if you think that Anna might be alive, let me know. People think that. Maybe this was a long con. I have no idea. I don't have any evidence really of the chopping up either. No parts have ever been found. Let me see if I can pull up that video for you, because I did. Somebody sent it to me. I think I saved it. Hold on. I think I did. Hold on, please. Well, it's got TMZ's like logo all over it, and I don't feel like having them strike me, but I'll play it for myself and I'll repeat to you what it said, because TMZ does like to strike. It is TMZ TV posted this on Instagram. If you're on Instagram. All right. And it is Dr. Phil with a big TMZ logo on it, and the chyron, or the header says, suspected killer Brian Walshe watched cheating wife Korn to plot narcissistic revenge. Dr. Phil says it's their exclusive. And then I will repeat to you what Dr. Phil is saying. In my opinion, and I say this not having evaluated this, but I just looked at his history, and he leaves the footprints of a malignant narcissist, the footprints of a sociopath. He may be a perpetrator in the relationship and in every other way, but he will spin it around to where he is the victim. This is Dr. Phil talking, not me. And will watch this kind of thing, meaning the Korn, this kind of cheating wife pornography, to reinforce how he is the victim and justify revenge on his part. This puts him in a position where he's the victim and he's seeking revenge. And when you watch this kind of video, it's like, look what an evil woman, look what a moral bankrupt woman this is. And it further justifies revenge on his part. And of course, because he only sees things from his point of view, he's not thinking about the fact that this is traceable, that somebody's going to see that I'm watching this, and my search is about, dismembering and stuff. All of this stuff, Dr. Phil says, he doesn't think about timeline. He doesn't think about how those searches. See, listen, they didn't have an expert. And somebody said that Dr. Phil is not an expert. So people are saying, and they should have had an expert to say that, because I don't find that Korn search to be in any way incriminating. You know what I'm saying? For me. But there might be jurors who feel that way. And that's why your poll is so interesting to me. Thanks, Craft Haskell. Just setting the record straight. When you said physics, reel you in. Oh, you mean psychics? I thought you meant something else about Lady Zelda. I wasn't starting a rumor. No, that's okay. That's why I delete things like that, because people do. People do run with the things they think I say, and then they put them in other creators' chats, and that happens a lot. And so I like to correct the record, and I thank you for your super chat for correcting that. Kelly says, what are your thoughts on Brian's mother? I believe she may have had a part in this, possibly egging him on. I don't know. Kim was there and she observed Brian Walsh's mother, and I read her observations to you. But without me personally observing Diana Walsh myself, I cannot opine. But I can tell you what, based on Alyssa's testimony, that Alyssa said that Anna told her that Brian's mother never wanted her in the picture, and that Brian's mom never liked her. And so I don't know, Kelly, but there could be other jurors that think the way you do. And Nancy became a member. Welcome, Nancy. Sarah B. Creative, thanks for the 10. Says, Brian Walsh reminds me so much of Clark Rockefeller. Please look into that case. I was his nanny. I love you. Oh, you were Clark Rockefeller's nanny? Well, that's interesting. We can't speculate on his mom, and I don't want anybody to dox her or contact her in any way, but is it reasonable doubt for the jury? Because they've heard some about her now, and they've also been observing her in the courtroom. Know what I'm saying? Thanks, Sarah, for your 10. Leslie said, I think he did it, but the Commonwealth didn't prove it. See? They got to prove their case. We have to hold them to their burden, because everyone is entitled to a fair trial, and everyone is entitled to the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, if and when proven guilty. Thank you, Lozzie, for your super chat. And Kelly said, I'm 3 hours behind, but to add, verdicts are based on trial evidence, not what we think based on pretrial media information. This trial has shown no definite proof. Thank you, Kelly, for your super chat. And Norman, thanks for your 5, says, I find it hard to believe if he dismembered his wife, how did they not find any body tissue anywhere? That's a tough thing to get over. Thoughts? Yeah, I think there would have been a lot more mess. I think he may have been a bad con man because he got caught with the Andy Warhol frauds. How many cons did he pull off before that, though, that he never got caught on? But does that make him a murder scene cleanup master? I just don't know. I just don't know that I can get there. Thanks, Norman. Quinn's Quest for Justice says the best friend always knows before the husband, but she didn't know about the affair. She admitted she didn't know about the affair. She knew she had a crush on him. Thank you. And Susan said, thanks for all you do and for being for 6 months. Thank you so much. Look at Sparkle with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Celebrating the completion of my first semester of law school. Oh, congratulations. How'd your finals go? Thanks for being a great role model. I think Brian is guilty AF, but the state did not prove first degree. Not how I saw this going. Interesting. Congratulations. You're almost halfway done with your first year. I hope you get all A's on your finals, because it's first year of law school is rough. It separates like the people who can do it and the people who can't. And a lot of people drop out of law school year one. Kim from court said the phone being opened while he said it was missing and charging is a big deal to me. Is it a big deal to you guys? And also, Kim said she chatted with Sue O'Connell, I guess, after court. And Sue O'Connell has opinions about what they're going to do, but I don't think I need to share those. If you want to find out Sue O'Connell's opinions, you can go look for them. And the jury will be back at 9 tomorrow morning. Some things Kim tells me are just for me. But she has been our eyes and ears in the courtroom, and we appreciate her so much. Teresa says, if the judge rules against the directed guilty verdict, which she did, and the jury comes back with guilty, can the judge overturn the verdict? This is so interesting, Teresa, because we are following a case right now out of Massachusetts. Former Dartmouth police officer Sean Souza was convicted by a jury for the grape of his stepdaughter, who was between 6 and 8 years old. It was in Bristol County. He was tried twice. First time it was a hung jury. The second time he was convicted by a jury of not only graping his stepdaughter when she was 6 to 8 years old, but also essaying another girl who was a family friend who was like 15 years old. The jury found him guilty. The judge sentenced him And then soon after, the judge overturned the verdict and decided to let him out of jail because she thought, and this was something that the Commonwealth, that the defense did not argue, that the two victims' cases should not have been tried together and it was prejudicial to former Dartmouth cop Sean Souza. And so she let him out of jail. It is currently up on appeal. The Bristol district attorney is appealing, and they have just received another extension to file their appellate briefs. But that's outrageous, in my opinion. So it rarely happens, but coincidentally in Massachusetts, it just did. And I've done a couple of shows on Sean Souza, and we are so outraged by that case. So outraged. Thank you, Lisa, for your Venmo, who says, I enjoy spending all my days with you. I enjoy spending them with you as well. One moment. Paul has fallen into a rabbit hole about Anna Walsh's movements in DC. He fell into a rabbit hole. I'll have to read that when I get off stream, Paul. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Sarah, also, thank you for your Venmo. It's just sending it with a little coffee emoji. I appreciate you guys so much. You guys have a lot of thoughts. It's also being reported that the House defendants in the case that has now been kind of like, for now, removed to federal court, they have been given an extension of time to answer the complaint until January 16th. So Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe. Judge Tewksbury has agreed to allow them to file their answers late. However, James Tewksbury is not the judge. He's their attorney. And Tiff, you sent this to me, but I don't know if this is in the federal court docket or in the state court docket. But in any event, Karen's plaintiff's attorneys have agreed to allow them time to answer the complaint. And that is a courtesy is commonly extended to defendants. Sherry, thank you very much for your Cash App, who says, body fluids will spread when cleaned with H2O2. Thanks, Sherry, for your Cash App. And then there are many, many other emails regarding many, many other things. No, Jem did not give her a necklace. That we were confused about that too, silly rabbit hole. The oldest child of Anna and Brian, gifted Jem a necklace that day, and he loved his necklace, and he texted back, I love my necklace. And he was moved to tears today talking about Anna, as was her best friend, like a sister, ALISSA. And we saw some more video today of things that he bought at Home Depot. Charles from South Africa says, when my phone is on charge, it comes on when the battery is full and goes off when it drops below 100%. And this repeats. I don't know why. Thanks, Charles. Quinn's Quest for Justice says, not premeditated. He shopped after the fact. Thanks, Mel. Thank you, Quinn. Robin says, we're going to have to accept that we will not get answers. Thank you, Mel. Right. Right. But I think the jury's going to want to know some things, like a motive, like the orange bucket mystery. So many things. We don't know if the jury's going to learn about the guilty pleas or not, because they haven't argued that yet. I need the papers on that. Those are the papers I don't have. I don't know if they were ever scanned into the court docket. Somebody's like, I'm 10 minutes behind, but I don't trust Dr. Phil. All right, I'm going to end the poll, so please get your votes in now. We have something like, let's say, 3,400 votes. A little over 3,400, so only 50% of you have voted, but 70% of you, as of right now, are coming in at not guilty. I'm willing to wager, I'm willing to bet that you guys are unlike any other chat on the internet. I'm going to give you 2 more minutes to vote. Please do, because I'm really curious. We never saw him lug any buckets to the bins, says Robin. Right. They got all this video footage of him. They had his location data, right? Whether they got it legal or not, they had his location data. So they knew everywhere he was. So if they did a good investigation, the MSP, right? If like, I think it was Norman who said that his vulva would have his GPS no matter what, even if he wasn't using the navigation. Why is there no video of him lugging any buckets anywhere? We really couldn't see what he threw in the dumpster. And now we also know that he had to go to dumpsters to throw his cash away. I mean, his trash away. Then he had to go to dumpsters, that he had like a standing appointment to go dump his trash every week. If found not guilty, Gary Butcher says, if found not guilty, can the state charge him on something else? No, that's double jeopardy. If they find him not guilty on murder 1, they cannot come back again and try him on murder 2 or manslaughter. No, they cannot. Defense lawyers came in at not guilty too? Good to know. Good to know. All right, I'm going to end the poll. Wait, give me 2 more votes and then we'll have 3,500. Okay, 3,501 and 2 votes. And here's how you guys voted. 70% not guilty of first-degree murder and 30% guilty. And we have 3,500 votes. Props to you guys for your critical thinking skills. I just don't, I don't think I could get there. I don't think I could get there and send a man away to prison for life when his mother is smirking at the witnesses and laughing when she's being talked about and other things like that. Yes, blew out lies. Anna kept quiet about a lot of things, it appears. No shaming, just observing, right? And both things could be true. If she hadn't been having sexual relations with her husband for a year because he was depressed and because it happens in marriages, right? And she needed to find that somewhere else. Both things could be true. She could be cheating on her husband and she also could love her husband and wanted to be with him. And that seems to be what she told her friend Alyssa. And it also seems that we heard a little stuff that came out about Anna might have had a crush on Jem and that Jem must have told the police that, but then he forgot that he told the police that. Right? Oh, thanks, Kathleen, for keeping track. She was sleeping with Will or had an affair with, was having a relationship with Will for 9 months, 3 months shy of a year. She had a lot going on and she was overwhelmed and she was stressed out and she was at her breaking point. And she had it and she had a lot going on. She's the breadwinner. She's commuting back and forth from Boston to DC. That must have taken a toll on herself. That must have taken a toll on her. She wasn't able to be with her children as much as she wanted to. These are things that she told the witnesses. But in the end, she told Alyssa she wanted Brian to take responsibility to go for a year and do his time. And that they would be together and that she wanted to be together. And so I just couldn't send somebody away for life based on that. And who could blame her for feeling overwhelmed? Okay, this person says, Calamero Plavi. Hello, guys. You were talking about a guy who took his own son to buy tools for disposing of his mother. Well, we don't know what he bought because we never saw the receipt for that trip. Looked like a garbage pail. So I just have to disagree with your characterization of the video because we never saw any receipt for that. And we also saw him smirk into the video camera. So, dun, dun, dun. Thanks, you guys, for hanging out with me all day. I need to go rest because I had a late night last night, and it was a lot of fun, but it was late. I still haven't eaten my lunch, and I will see you tomorrow morning, a little before 9 a.m. And so I appreciate you with all of my heart. All right, so I will see you in the morning. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Thanks to the moderators. It was a tough day today. It was a tough day today. Thank you all. I need to go back and digest some of this testimony today. And that's what I'm going to do. So everyone have a great night. We're getting off early today. It's 4 p.m. I'll see you in the morning. Thanks, moderators. I love you with all of my heart. And I'll see you guys real soon, like tomorrow morning. Okay? Good night.